Hello and welcome back to Historian at Midnight. Tonight we're going back to the Royal Palace of Beaumont just outside the walls of Oxford on the night of the 8th of September 1157 to the birth of a third son who was not, at the moment his mother finally stopped screaming and the midwives finally stepped back from the bed, expected by almost anyone in that room to matter very much at all, because his mother, a formidable and by this point already twice-crowned woman named Eleanor of Aquitaine, had already given her new husband a first son the year before, a boy named William who would, as it happened, die before his third birthday. And because the throne this newborn boy might one day have any claim to was already, in the ordinary reckoning of every observer standing in that palace that night, spoken for many times over by older brothers who had not yet been born, and by a father who had every reason, at only 24 years old himself, to expect a long and crowded nursery of legitimate heirs ahead of him. The boy was christened Richard, and it would be the particular and lasting irony of his entire life, a life this channel is going to spend the whole of tonight walking you through, hour by hour, war by war, that a son whose own birth attracted so little of the political anxiety reserved for a first heir would grow up to become the single most militarily celebrated king his own country had produced in generations, a man remembered within his own lifetime, and for the 8 centuries that followed it, less by his baptismal name at all than by the nickname a Latin-writing troubadour is said to have first given him, Coeur de Lion, the Lionheart, a title that would, by the time this story is finished with him, come to describe a man capable of extraordinary personal courage and extraordinary personal cruelty in something close to the same afternoon. We are not going to spend tonight the way we spent an earlier night in this room, following the patient, 12-year rise of the Sultan, who would eventually stand as Richard's own opposite number across the walls of Acre and the sands outside Jaffa. Tonight belongs to the man who sailed to meet him, or more honestly, the man half of Christian Europe spent the following 8 centuries turning into a legend so thoroughly polished and so thoroughly detached from the actual complicated life underneath it, that it can be genuinely difficult, sitting this far after the fact, to separate the real king from the plumed and armoured figure who still stands, cast in bronze, on his horse, outside the Houses of Parliament in London today. Let us say the thesis plainly, the way we like to on this channel, so you know the shape of the long night ahead of you. This is not, at bottom, a story about a king who spent his reign ruling his own kingdom, because by the most careful modern reckoning, Richard spent perhaps 6 months of his 10 years on the English throne actually standing on English soil, and it is not either a simple story about a knight without flaw, because the same man capable of personally leading a charge that broke an entire wing of Saladin's own army at Arsuf also gave the order, outside the walls of Acre, for the execution of some 2,700 bound and helpless prisoners in a single afternoon. A killing this story will not soften for you any more than an earlier night in this room softened the killing of the Templars and Hospitallers of the field at Hattin. It is a story about a second, then a third, then finally the eldest surviving son of one of the most spectacularly dysfunctional royal families medieval Europe ever produced, a boy raised inside a marriage between his own mother and father, so poisoned by mutual ambition and mutual betrayal that it would eventually see that same mother imprisoned by that same father for 16 consecutive years, a young duke who learned to rule and to make war in one of the most restless and most rebellion-prone territories in the whole of the Angevin world, and a man whose own genuine and quite extraordinary battlefield gifts were spent across the whole of his adult life, on a crusade that never reached the city it was fought for, and on a string of increasingly grinding wars against the one European rival, a former friend, and by more than one contemporary account, considerably more than a friend, who would outlive him and go on to dismantle almost everything his own family had spent a century building. Before we drift into the rest of this story, take a quiet moment to like this video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here, and if you have a moment, please subscribe and help this small channel on its way toward 1,000 subscribers, a number that still feels a long way off some nights and closer on others, and every one of you who joins us actually does help. And if you feel like it, leave your location and your local time down in the comments. It helps other restless, sleepless people find their way to this little corner of the night, and there is something pleasant about knowing that somewhere far away, a stranger is settling under the same dark sky, listening to the same slow story. So get comfortable, let your shoulders sink into the bed, settle in for a long and unhurried night, and let yourself ease into the complete story of Richard, the third son of Henry II and Eleanor of Aquitaine, the Lionheart of English legend and the Melek Rik of Arabic chronicle alike, a king who spent almost his entire adult life at war, who never once, by any surviving account, laid eyes on the city his own crusade was fought to recover, and who died in the end not on any battlefield against Saladin's own heirs at all, but in a muddy siege trench outside a minor castle in the Limousin, over a quarrel involving a buried hoard of Roman coins. A childhood spent inside a marriage built for a continent. It is worth naming, before we go any further, exactly how enormous the family Richard was born into actually was, because the England his father ruled was, in truth, only the smallest, and in several respects the least personally important of the territories that made up what modern historians have taken to calling the Angevin Empire. A sprawling, loosely stitched together collection of lands that stretched at its widest extent during Richard's own boyhood, from the Scottish border in the north to the Pyrenees in the south, encompassing England itself, the Duchy of Normandy, the county of Anjou from which the whole dynasty took its name, and, through Richard's own mother, the vast and culturally distinct Duchy of Aquitaine, a domain considerably larger and, in the eyes of most of its own inhabitants, considerably more prestigious and more ancient than the comparatively young Kingdom of France, whose own monarch was, on paper, Henry's feudal overlord for every one of these continental holdings, an arrangement that made the King of France simultaneously one of the most powerful monarchs in Europe, and, in a purely feudal sense, the nominal liege lord of a vassal, who ruled roughly 4 times as much territory as he did himself. A contradiction. This whole story is going to spend a great many hours tonight watching curdle into open war. It is worth pausing too on the specific woman who gave Richard both his mother's formidable political instincts and, through her, his own considerable claim to power in the south, because Eleanor of Aquitaine was, by any honest reckoning, one of the single most remarkable women of the entire 12th century, heiress in her own right, at only 15 years old, to the Duchy of Aquitaine, a territory whose own wealth and whose own cultured Occitan-speaking court of troubadours and poets made it, by several measures, a more sophisticated and more artistically distinguished domain than the Kingdom of France itself, a young duchess married first, for political convenience rather than personal affection, to the King of France himself, Louis VII, a union that produced 2 daughters but no son, and that Eleanor herself, by several later and admittedly somewhat legendary accounts, found increasingly stifling under a husband several contemporary chroniclers describe as considerably more suited to a monastery than to a marriage bed, a mismatch made only more genuinely dramatic by the 2 years the couple spent together on the Second Crusade, a campaign this channel has told you about on Another Night in This Room, during which rumours, never conclusively proven and considerably inflated by chroniclers who had their own reasons for disliking Eleanor, circulated about her own closeness to her uncle Raymond of Antioch, rumours serious enough that they contributed, alongside the more straightforward dynastic problem of 2 daughters and no son, to the annulment of her marriage to Louis in 1152. It is worth pausing too on how remarkably fast Eleanor moved once that annulment was finalised, because within 8 weeks of a divorce that left her, at 30 years old, one of the single most eligible and most fought-over women in Europe, she married Henry, Duke of Normandy and Count of Anjou, a man 11 years her junior, and within 2 years of the wedding, King of England in his own right. A marriage that instantly combined Eleanor's own vast southern territories with Henry's own northern and continental holdings into the single largest concentration of feudal power any individual family had assembled in Western Europe since the fall of Charlemagne's own empire 3 centuries earlier. And it is worth naming plainly that this marriage, whatever genuine personal attractions several contemporary accounts suggest existed between them in its earliest years, was, at bottom, exactly the kind of calculated dynastic merger this whole story has already shown you on another night in this room, forming and dissolving alliances across the war between Saladin and the Crusader states, the same cold, practical arithmetic of land and lineage that governed royal marriage everywhere in this period, dressed up, as it so often was, in whatever language of romance a particular court's own poets found useful to apply to it after the fact. It is worth naming specifically the sheer number of children this marriage eventually produced, because the size of Henry and Eleanor's own family would become, within 2 decades, the single most destabilising fact of both their reign and their son Richard's own eventual inheritance. 8 children survived infancy across the following 13 years, 5 sons and 3 daughters, a nursery considerably larger than the modest household young Richard had been born into as a third son might have suggested at the time, and it is worth naming each of the sons in turn because every one of them will matter to the rest of tonight's story. William, the firstborn, who died before his 3rd birthday, and whose death moved Richard, at not yet 2 years old himself, 1 step closer to a throne no one yet expected him to actually need. Henry, called the young king by later chroniclers to distinguish him from his father, born in the 1155 and crowned, in a genuinely unusual arrangement this story will return to shortly, as a king in his own right while his own father Henry II still lived, and still held all the actual power of the crown. Richard himself, born in 1157, and given from a remarkably young age his own mother's own ancestral Duchy of Aquitaine to governess his particular inheritance, a decision that would shape the whole of his early adulthood more than any other single fact of his childhood. Geoffrey, born in 1158, married in time to the heiress of Brittany, and given that duchy as his own portion of the family's sprawling holdings. And John, the youngest, born in 1166, so much later than his brothers and in the family's own early reckoning so entirely without any territory of his own to inherit that his father took to calling him, with a fondness that would curdle into something considerably more complicated as John grew older, Jean Santerre, John Lackland, a nickname that would prove, across the following 4 decades, to be one of the more quietly prophetic pieces of medieval nomenclature in this entire story. It is worth pausing before we follow young Richard south to the duchy that would actually raise him on the specific and genuinely unusual arrangement his father made regarding the eldest surviving son, because it sits at the root of nearly every family catastrophe the rest of tonight's story is going to walk you through. In June of 1170, Henry II had his own eldest living son, the 15-year-old Henry, formally crowned as co-king of England in a lavish ceremony at Westminster Abbey, a practice with real precedent in the Kingdom of France, where the reigning Capetian monarchs had, for several generations, crowned their own heirs during their own lifetimes specifically to secure a smoother, less contested succession, but a practice England itself had never before adopted, and one that produced almost immediately the single structural flaw that would poison the rest of Henry II's own reign, a fully crowned and fully anointed king, recognised by the church and by the nobility alike as a genuine sovereign, who nonetheless held no actual land, no actual revenue, and no actual political authority independent of a father who fully intended to go on ruling every one of his own territories, in practice, for as long as he possibly could. It is worth pausing on how quickly this arrangement began to sour, because the young king himself, by every surviving account, a charming, athletic and genuinely popular figure at court, particularly celebrated for his skill and his lavish spending on the tournament circuit that had, by this point in the 12th century, become one of the single most fashionable and most expensive pastimes of the European aristocracy, grew increasingly resentful of a title that carried a crown but no actual power. A resentment several contemporary chroniclers describe him voicing with real and growing bitterness at his own father's continued refusal to grant him so much as a single castle to govern in his own right. And it is worth naming, too, that this same resentment found a ready and considerably more calculating ally in Eleanor herself, whose own marriage to Henry had, by the early 1170s, deteriorated into something considerably colder than the partnership it may once have been, a deterioration several modern historians attribute, at least in part, to Henry's own long-running and increasingly public relationship with a woman named Rosamond Clifford, a mistress the chroniclers of the period took to calling, with a certain amount of poetic licence, Fair Rosamond, and whose presence at Henry's own court Eleanor, whatever her own private feelings, had every practical political reason to resent as a genuine threat to her own son's eventual inheritance. Richard, meanwhile, had already been given, from the age of 11, the specific territory that would shape the whole of his adult character, considerably more than either the English throne he would not inherit for another 18 years, or the sprawling continental empire his father had assembled, invested formally as Duke of Aquitaine in a ceremony at Poitiers in 1172 conducted, at Eleanor's own insistence, according to the distinct and considerably older ducal customs of Aquitaine itself, rather than the Anglo-Norman customs of his father's own coronation, a deliberate signal, several historians have suggested, that Eleanor intended her own favourite son, and by nearly every surviving account Richard was, from his earliest years, unmistakably his mother's own favourite among her 5 sons to govern the south, not as an extension of his father's northern empire, but as the genuine and independent inheritor of her own distinct Aquitanian line. It is worth pausing for a moment on exactly what kind of territory young Richard actually inherited, because Aquitaine was, by the standards of 12th century Europe, an unusually difficult and an unusually rewarding duchy to rule at once. Its own great vineyards and its own thriving coastal trade through the port of Bordeaux made it one of the wealthiest territories in the whole of Western Europe, and its own court steeped for generations in the vernacular poetry of the troubadours, the same courtly tradition of romantic and often quite frankly erotic verse that Eleanor's own grandfather, Duke William IX, had helped pioneer as one of the very first troubadour poets whose work survives to us at all, gave the duchy a cultural sophistication that made the comparatively plainer court, culture of Anjou and Normandy, look, by contrast, almost provincial. But Aquitaine's own great noble families, a proud and fiercely independent-minded aristocracy, accustomed, across generations, to a considerably looser and considerably more negotiated relationship with their own duke than the tighter feudal obedience Henry II had spent his own reign imposing on Normandy and Anjou, had never fully reconciled themselves to rule by any outside power at all. Whether that power was the King of France in Paris, or, as it increasingly became after Eleanor's second marriage, the Angevin dynasty ruling from London and Rouen, and young Richie, arriving to govern this restless and rebellion-prone territory at only 14 years old, found himself, within his very first years as Duke, fighting almost continuously against exactly the kind of localised baronial revolt that had already, by this point, become the single defining feature of Aquitanian politics for the better part of a century. It is worth naming plainly that Richard's own education in the actual craft of medieval warfare took place almost entirely inside these grinding, unglamorous Aquitanian campaigns Rather than on any of the more famous battlefields this story will eventually carry you to, years spent besieging and reducing the fortified towers of rebellious lords with names that mean almost nothing to a modern audience. Geoffrey de Ransom, the Counts of Angoulême, the Lords of the Limousin whose own castle at Châlus-Chabrol would, in a detail this story will return to at its very end, one day close the whole of Richard's own life in a manner none of these early sieges could possibly have foreshadowed. And it is worth naming too, that Richard proved himself, from a remarkably young age, an unusually gifted and unusually ruthless practitioner of exactly this kind of siege warfare, developing a personal reputation well before his 20th birthday, for a combination of real tactical patience and, when a besieged garrison finally surrendered, a willingness to treat rebellious vassals with a severity several contemporary chroniclers describe as considerably harsher than the comparatively more measured clemency his own father generally preferred to extend to defeated rebels. A pattern of personal severity toward defeated enemies that would recur, this story is going to show you tonight at considerably greater and considerably more consequential scale outside the walls of Acre some 2 decades later. A family that went to war with itself before it ever went to war with anyone else. It is worth pausing before we follow Richard onto any battlefield against an outside enemy at all, on the specific and genuinely startling rebellion that consumed the whole of his family in 1173 and 74, because it was, in the plainest possible terms, a war waged by a mother and 3 of her own sons against the very man who had crowned one of those sons king and given the other 2 their own duchies to govern, and it remains, even set against everything else this story is going to tell you tonight, one of the more genuinely startling episodes of domestic warfare in the whole of medieval European history. The young King Henry, still chafing at a crown that carried no actual land or revenue 3 full years after his own coronation, found his resentment sharpened past the point of endurance in early 1173 when his father, arranging a marriage for the youngest son John, proposed granting the boy 3 castles carved directly out of territory the young king himself considered, at least nominally, his own future inheritance, a slight the young king's own advisers, several of them noblemen with long-standing grievances of their own, against Henry II's increasingly centralising style of rule, seized on as the pretext for open revolt, and the young king fled his father's court for Paris in March of that year, seeking and receiving the immediate support of King Louis VII of France, Eleanor's own first husband, a man who had every personal and political reason to welcome the chance to humiliate the Angevin family that had so thoroughly eclipsed his own kingdom's power across the preceding 2 decades. It is worth pausing too on exactly how quickly this rebellion widened to include the rest of the family, because within weeks both Richard, not yet 16 years old, and Geoffrey had likewise slipped away to join their elder brother at the French court, and Eleanor herself, according to several contemporary accounts, attempted to follow her sons south in disguise, dressed, by one particularly vivid telling, in men's clothing, only to be captured by her own husband's agents before she could reach the safety of Paris, a capture that would cost her, in the years that followed, considerably more than the embarrassment of a failed escape. It is worth naming plainly what actually motivated 3 teenage boys and their own mother to take up arms against a husband and father who had, by any ordinary reckoning, given each of them enormous wealth and enormous territory already, because the sources themselves, written overwhelmingly by clerics sympathetic to Henry II's own side of the conflict, tend to frame the rebellion as a matter of youthful ingratitude stirred up by a vindictive and unnatural mother, a framing modern historians treat with considerable scepticism, preferring instead to read the revolt as a genuinely rational response to a father who had crowned his own eldest son king in name, while stripping that same son, and by extension his younger brothers, of any of the actual independent authority a medieval nobleman of their rank would ordinarily have expected to hold by their own mid-teens, a grievance Eleanor herself, watching her own vast Aquitanian inheritance increasingly administered by her husband's own appointed officials, rather than by herself or by Richard, directly appears to have shared in full. It is worth pausing too on the sheer geographic scale of the war that followed, because it was fought across the better part of 2 years on almost every front of the Angevin Empire simultaneously, Norman and Breton nobles rising against Henry II in the north, Aquitanian lords rising in the south under Richard's own nominal leadership, the King of Scotland, William the Lion, invading northern England in support of the rebels, and the Count of Flanders and the King of France both lending direct military assistance to the young king's own cause, a coalition broad enough that several contemporary observers, watching the fighting unfold across 1173, genuinely believed Henry II's entire continental empire might simply come apart at the seams within a single campaigning season. It did not. Henry II proved, across these same 2 years, to be a considerably more capable and considerably more resourceful commander than his rebellious family had apparently anticipated, moving his own mercenary forces, a large and famously effective contingent of Brabançon soldiers he retained on a permanent paid basis, rather than relying solely on the feudal levies his rebellious vassals could raise against him, from front to front with a speed that repeatedly caught his own enemies off balance, and the decisive engagement of the entire war came not on the continent at all, but in the north of England, at the Battle of Alnwick in July of 1174, where a small English royalist force captured the Scottish King William the Lion himself in a surprise dawn assault through heavy fog, a single stroke of fortune that effectively removed England's own most dangerous rebel ally from the war overnight, and left the young king's continental coalition, already strained by Henry's own steady counter-offensive across Normandy and Aquitaine, without any realistic path to outright victory. It is worth naming plainly how this whole rebellion actually ended for each of its participants, because the settlement Henry II imposed in the autumn of 1174 reveals a great deal about exactly how this family would go on treating one another for the rest of the story tonight is going to tell you. The young king, Geoffrey and Richard were all formally reconciled with their father at Montlouis in September of that year, restored, on paper, to roughly the same titles and roughly the same allowances they had held before the revolt began, a settlement several modern historians read as evidence of Henry's own considerable political shrewdness, choosing to bind his rebellious sons back into the family structure through renewed oaths of loyalty, rather than through the kind of harsh, exemplary punishment that might have driven them into permanent and irreconcilable exile. But Eleanor herself received no such clemency at all, captured attempting to flee toward Paris, and held, from this point forward, in a form of comfortable but genuinely close confinement in England. Moved between several different castles across the following 16 years, permitted occasional appearances at court on ceremonial occasions, but never again allowed anything resembling the independent political authority she had wielded over her own duchy before the revolt, a punishment that would only finally end with Henry II's own death in 1189, and it is worth sitting for a moment with the sheer length of that imprisonment, 16 years, roughly the same span of time this story has already told you on another night in this room, that a much younger Reynald of Châtillon spent held captive in Aleppo, a reminder that the medieval nobility's own capacity for extended grinding confinement of even its own most powerful members was not reserved for enemies captured on some distant crusading battlefield at all, but could be turned with exactly the same patient severity on a king's own wife. Peace among family that never quite settled into peace at all. It is worth pausing before we follow Richard back to his own restless duchy on how little the formal reconciliation of 1174 actually resolved, because the underlying structural problem that had caused the revolt in the first place, a father determined to hold on to real, personal control of every one of his territories for as long as he possibly could, set against sons who grew, year by year, increasingly impatient to actually rule the lands nominally granted to them, remained entirely unaddressed, and the following decade saw the same family drift, with a kind of grim and repetitive inevitability toward renewed conflict again and again, this time increasingly among the brothers themselves rather than against their father directly. Richard, restored to his own governance of Aquitaine, spent the years immediately following 1174 consolidating his authority over the duchy with a fresh and considerably harder edge, crushing a fresh wave of baronial revolts across the Limousin and Angoumois with a severity that earned him, among the southern nobility he governed, a reputation for genuine ruthlessness that sat somewhat uneasily alongside the more chivalric and more romantic reputation his later crusading career would eventually attach to his name, and it is worth naming specifically the siege of the fortress of Tyleburg in 1179, a castle whose own defences had, up to that point, been considered essentially impregnable by every previous generation of Aquitanian warfare. Reduced by Richard in a matter of days through a combination of aggressive assault and, by several contemporary accounts, a genuinely startling personal willingness to lead his own men directly into danger rather than direct the siege from a comfortable distance. An early and unmistakable sign of exactly the personal battlefield courage that would, a decade later, make his own reputation across the whole of Christian Europe and the Muslim Near East alike. It is worth pausing too on the specific and increasingly bitter rivalry that developed across these same years between Richard and his own elder brother, the young King Henry, because it is the direct thread that leads to the next and considerably more consequential round of family warfare. The young king, restless and still without any independent territory of his own to govern despite his royal title, resented Richard's own increasingly effective and increasingly independent rule of Aquitaine, and in 1183, encouraged by a faction of Aquitanian nobles who had themselves grown weary of Richard's own harsh governance, and who saw in the young king a more pliable overlord, the young king allied himself openly with these same rebellious barons against his own brother, plunging the family for the third time in a decade into open civil war, a conflict this time complicated further by the direct involvement of their father Henry II, who marched south to support Richard against his own eldest son's rebellion, and by the involvement too of the third brother Geoffrey, who threw his own support behind the young king and Richard's rebellious vassals, rather than behind either his father or his brother Richard. A three-way tangle of shifting loyalty that mirrors, in its own smaller and more purely familial register, exactly the kind of fractured everyone against everyone political landscape this story has already described tonight, defining the wider Angevin and French world these same years. It is worth naming how this particular round of family warfare actually ended, because it did so with a suddenness that shocked the whole of the family at once. The young king, campaigning against his own father and brother in the Limousin in the spring of 1183, contracted dysentery, the same grinding, unglamorous killer this story has already told you, on another night in this room, swept through the Crusader camp outside Acre with a thoroughness no siege engine ever matched, and died at the town of Martel on the 11th of June, 1183, only 28 years old, having spent, by his own reported deathbed confession, a considerable portion of his final conscious hours in genuine remorse for the whole of his own rebellious life, reconciling formally with his father through a messenger sent to carry his own ring and his own final wishes, since Henry II, still wary of a trap after so many years of betrayal within his own family, declined to visit his dying son's bedside in person at all, a refusal several contemporary chroniclers record Henry himself weeping over once the news of his son's actual death finally reached him, a genuine grief that did not, in the end, prevent the whole cycle of paternal control and filial resentment from simply repeating itself within a matter of months between Henry and his two remaining elder sons. It's worth pausing briefly on what this single death actually rearranged within the family's own internal politics, because with the young king gone, Richard became, for the first time in his life, the direct heir to the English throne itself, and Henry II, in a decision that would poison his own relationship with Richard for the remainder of his reign, immediately demanded that Richard surrender the Duchy of Aquitaine, the territory Richard had spent 11 years personally governing and personally pacifying through exactly the kind of hard-fought sieges this story has just described to you, to his younger brother John instead, so that Richard, now recognised as heir to England, Normandy and Anjou, might hold Aquitaine only as a subordinate territory rather than as his own direct and independent inheritance, an arrangement Richard, whose own personal identity and whose own personal following of loyal Aquitanian knights had, by this point, become inseparable from the duchy he had spent his entire adolescence and young adulthood fighting to control, refused outright, a refusal that set father and son on a collision course that would, within 6 years, end with Richard doing something his own elder brother had never quite dared to attempt, allying himself openly and permanently with the one power capable of actually bringing his own father's empire to its knees, the friend, the rival, and by more than one account, considerably more than either. It is worth pausing, before we follow this final and most consequential family rupture to its own conclusion, on the specific young man who had come to matter more to the rest of Richard's own life than any of his own brothers, a king of France not much older than Richard himself named Philip, called Philip Augustus by later historians in honour of the considerable territorial gains his own long reign would eventually achieve, who had succeeded his father Louis VII, Eleanor's own first husband, to the French throne in 1180, at only 15 years old, and who understood, from remarkably early in his own reign, that the single greatest strategic problem facing the Kingdom of France was the same problem this story has already named for you tonight: a vassal, the Angevin King of England, who controlled roughly 4 times as much territory within the borders of France as the French king himself actually governed directly, and Philip spent the whole of his own long and patient reign looking for exactly the kind of internal Angevin weakness that might allow him to begin clawing that territory back. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely striking relationship that developed between Philip and Richard across the years immediately following Richard's own refusal to surrender Aquitaine to his brother John, because several contemporary chroniclers, most notably Roger of Howden, a well-informed English clergyman who travelled with Richard's own court for long stretches of his career, and whose own chronicles remain one of the single most valuable surviving sources for the whole of this story, describe the two young men forming a bond in the early 1180s, considerably warmer than the ordinary diplomatic courtesy expected between a French king and his own most powerful vassal Roger, recording that the two so loved one another that Henry II himself grew alarmed at the sight of them sharing a single dish at meals, and, on at least one occasion, sleeping in beds not far apart, a detail modern historians continue to debate at real length, some reading it as straightforward evidence of a romantic and quite possibly sexual relationship between the two men, others reading it as a conventional 12th century expression of political alliance and mutual trust that carried none of the specifically romantic connotations a modern reader might naturally bring to it. And it is worth naming honestly that the surviving evidence simply does not allow either reading to be stated with total confidence, a genuine and, in its own way, quite fitting uncertainty to carry alongside a man whose own marriage, when it finally came, would produce no children at all, and whose own personal life remains, on this specific question, one of the more contested puzzles in the whole of medieval royal biography. It is worth naming, regardless of the exact nature of the bond between them, exactly what this alliance actually accomplished in purely political terms, because Richard, increasingly convinced that his own father intended to disinherit him from the English throne itself in favour of the younger, and, in Henry's own final years, increasingly favoured John, formally did homage to Philip for his own continental territories in November of 1188, a stunning public declaration that Richard now considered himself Philip's own vassal for Normandy, Anjou and Aquitaine rather than his own father's obedient son, and the two young men, allied now in open and undisguised opposition to Henry II, launched a combined military campaign against the ageing king across the spring and summer of 1189 that Henry, by this point genuinely ill, and, by several accounts, worn down as much by the accumulated grief of a family that had now turned against him for the third time in 16 years as by any purely military defeat, found himself entirely unable to resist. It is worth pausing for a moment on the specific and genuinely painful final weeks of Henry II's own life, because they carry a real weight of their own within this story, whatever the considerable cruelty Henry himself had shown across the decades toward the wife he imprisoned and the sons he refused to grant any real authority, forced to retreat to his own birthplace at Le Mans, and from there to the smaller castle of Chinon, harried continuously by the combined forces of his own son and the French king, Henry finally agreed, on the 4th of July 1189, to a humiliating peace at Ballon that recognised Richard as his sole heir, and required Henry to pay a substantial indemnity to Philip. Terms Henry accepted by several accounts, only because his own body had simply given out beneath him, so ill and so exhausted by this point that he had to be carried to the meeting on a litter, and it is worth naming the specific and genuinely devastating detail that Henry's own advisers record from the days immediately following this peace, that when a list of the noblemen who had joined the rebellion against him was finally brought to the dying king's bedside, the very first name on it, ahead of Philip, ahead of any of his own barons, was that of his own youngest, and by every account most favoured son John, the boy Henry had once fondly nicknamed Lackland, precisely because he had trusted him, unlike his elder brothers, never to turn against him, and Henry II, according to Roger of Howden's own account, turned his face to the wall on hearing this final betrayal, and said he no longer cared what became of the world, dying 2 days later, on the 6th of July, 1189 at Chinon, a death several chroniclers describe as attended by remarkably few of his own household, his own body, by one particularly grim and often repeated detail, left for a time in a state of undignified neglect by servants already scrambling to secure their own positions under the new regime, before it was finally dressed and carried to burial at the Abbey of Fontevraud. It is worth pausing one final time on the scene several later chroniclers describe unfolding when Richard himself arrived at Fontevraud to view his own father's body lying in state, because whether or not the specific physical detail is literally true, it captures something the whole of this story has already shown you running through this family for 2 generations, that blood was reported, by more than one contemporary account, to have begun flowing from the dead king's nostrils the moment his rebellious son approached the bier, a phenomenon medieval audiences widely believed indicated the presence of a murderer or a mortal enemy standing near a corpse, and it is worth naming that Richard himself, by several accounts, was visibly shaken by the sight of his own father's body, and by the accusatory silence of the household gathered around it, a moment of genuine, and for a man whose own reputation would come to rest so heavily on personal courage, genuinely rare recorded grief, before the practical business of an entire empire changing hands swept the moment aside and carried Richard on toward Rouen, where he was formally invested as Duke of Normandy in late July, and from there across the Channel toward the English coronation that would, within a matter of months, make him a king in name as well as in fact. A coronation that opened with a crown and closed with a massacre. It is worth pausing. Before we follow Richard any further toward the Crusade, this whole story has been building toward since its opening minutes tonight, on the specific and genuinely dark violence that erupted in England within days of his own coronation, because it is a chapter later more admiring biographers of Richard have often preferred to pass over quickly, and it deserves, on this channel, exactly the same unflinching attention. This story has already given to the darker chapters of Saladin's own career on another night in this room. Richard was crowned at Westminster Abbey on the 3rd of September, 1189, in a lavish ceremony several contemporary chroniclers describe in real and loving detail, the new king anointed with holy oil, invested with the sword of state, and crowned before an assembly of the kingdom's most senior nobility and clergy, a ceremony from which, by explicit royal order, Jews and women were formally barred from entry, a prohibition several modern historians read less as an act of specific animus in itself than as an unremarkable reflection of the casual exclusion built into the ceremonial and legal structure of English public life at the time, but a prohibition that, on this particular afternoon, set the stage for a catastrophe none of Richard's own officials appear to have anticipated or, in the moment, moved with any real urgency to stop. It is worth naming plainly the specific delegation that arrived at Westminster that same day bearing gifts for the new king, a group of prominent leaders of London's own Jewish community, who had lived in England since the Norman conquest roughly a century earlier, under a specific and legally distinct royal protection, technically the direct property and the direct financial dependence of the crown itself, a status that afforded them real economic opportunity, since English law barred Christians from the practice of usury and left Jewish moneylenders filling much of the kingdom's own demand for credit, but that also left them, in practice, almost entirely without any independent legal standing or any broader, communal protection beyond whatever specific goodwill the reigning monarch happened to extend them. And when this delegation attempted to present their own gifts and their own respects to the new king, they were turned away, and, by several accounts, physically assaulted by the crowd gathered outside the abbey, a rumour spreading rapidly through the assembled Londoners, entirely unfounded by any account that survives, that Richard himself had ordered the killing of all the Jews in the city, a rumour that, true or not, was enough to ignite a night and day of genuinely horrific violence across London itself, mobs attacking Jewish homes, looting and burning entire streets of the city's own Jewish quarter, and killing an unknown, but by several estimates, considerable number of Jewish Londoners before the violence finally burned itself out, a massacre Richard himself, by every surviving account, had neither ordered nor personally desired, and one he responded to, in the days that followed, by ordering the execution of several of the mob's own ringleaders, and by issuing formal letters intended to protect Jewish communities across the kingdom from any repetition of the violence. It is worth naming, honestly, how little Richard's own after-the-fact response actually contained the violence his coronation had inadvertently set loose, because the specific and considerably more organised massacre that followed at York in March of 1190, 5 full months after London's own violence, and well after Richard's own protective letters had been issued and circulated, stands as one of the single darkest episodes in the whole of medieval English history, and one that Richard's own royal authority, occupied as he was by this point with the final preparations for his own departure, on crusade, proved entirely unable to prevent from an ocean away. A mob in York, incited in large part by local noblemen who owed substantial debts to Jewish moneylenders and who saw, in the general atmosphere of anti-Jewish violence spreading across the kingdom that winter, a convenient opportunity to erase those debts through murder rather than repayment, besieged the city's entire Jewish population inside the royal castle at York, where they had fled for the specific safety the crown's own protection was supposed to guarantee them, and rather than surrender to a mob whose own intentions were, by this point, entirely unmistakable, a considerable number of the roughly 150 Jewish men, women and children trapped inside the castle chose, in a decision several surviving accounts describe in genuinely harrowing detail, to take their own lives and the lives of their own children rather than fall into the hands of the crowd outside. A mass suicide inside the castle's own keep on the night of the 16th of March, followed the next morning by the murder of those who had not taken part in it, and who had instead attempted to surrender under a promise of safe conduct the mob had no intention of honouring. It is worth pausing for a moment on how directly this violence was connected to the crusade Richard was, at this very moment, preparing to sail on, because several modern historians read the massacres of 1189 and 1190 not as a coincidence of timing, but as a direct, if entirely unauthorized and unwanted, byproduct of the specific religious fervour. Richard's own crusade preaching had helped whip up across the kingdom that winter, an old and ugly pattern this whole channel's own coverage of the crusading period has already had occasion to name more than once, that a religious movement organised explicitly around the recovery of a distant holy city from one non-Christian population repeatedly, and predictably, found an immediate and considerably closer target for exactly the same violent energy in the non-Christian communities already living inside Christian Europe's own borders, a pattern that would recur with even greater organised savagery in the Rhineland massacres that accompanied the mobilisation of crusading armies in the German lands during the same general period, and it is worth naming plainly that Richard's own personal response, genuine as his efforts at protection appear to have been, arrived too late and reached too thin a layer of royal authority to actually prevent a second and considerably worse massacre from happening at York only months after the first had already demonstrated exactly what kind of violence this atmosphere was capable of producing, emptying a kingdom's own treasury to pay for a war fought on the other side of the world. It is worth pausing before we finally let Richard's own fleet leave English waters on the sheer scale of the financial mobilisation his crusade actually required, because Richard, unlike Saladin, who'd spent this story's own earlier telling on Another Night in This Room, drawing on the diffuse and long-established revenue systems of an empire he had spent 12 years personally building, inherited a kingdom whose own treasury, whatever Henry II's own considerable administrative reforms had accomplished across his long reign, was never going to come remotely close to funding the kind of expedition Richard now intended to lead. And Richard responded to this shortfall with a programme of asset liquidation so aggressive and so comprehensive that it became, within his own lifetime, something close to a byword for royal financial recklessness. Richard sold royal offices, sold castles, sold earldoms and sheriffdoms to whoever could pay the highest price for them, released the King of Scotland from a long-standing feudal obligation to English overlordship in exchange for a substantial cash payment, and is reported in a line several chroniclers attribute to him, and that has been repeated in one form or another ever since, to have declared that he would have sold London itself if only he could have found a buyer willing to pay what it was worth, a remark that captures, with real and rather startling honesty, exactly how little Richard himself regarded the actual administration of his own kingdom as anything more than a source of revenue for the war he actually cared about fighting. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely consequential decisions Richard made regarding who would actually govern England in his own extended absence, because they would go on to shape the whole of the political crisis that erupted at home while he himself was fighting, and later imprisoned, on the other side of the Mediterranean. Richard appointed William Longchamp, the Bishop of Ely, a capable but widely and quite openly disliked administrator, whose own foreign birth several chroniclers note with an undisguised xenophobia typical of the period, and whose own famously unattractive personal manner made him deeply unpopular among the English nobility, as his own chief justiciar and effective regent, while also, in a decision that would prove considerably more consequential still, granting his younger brother John extensive lands and revenues across England, specifically intended, several historians have suggested, to keep the ambitious younger brother contentedly occupied and financially satisfied, while Richard himself was away, an arrangement that assumed, with a confidence the following 4 years would prove entirely misplaced, that John's own loyalty could simply be purchased in the same straightforward way Richard had been purchasing military support and administrative offices across the whole of his own kingdom that winter. It is worth pausing one final time before this story finally follows Richard's fleet out to sea, on the sheer logistical scale of what actually set sail from the southern English and French ports in the summer of 1190, because the popular image of a crusading army, a relatively compact body of mounted knights riding east, considerably understates the genuine scale of the undertaking. A fleet numbering, by several contemporary estimates, well over 100 ships, carrying not merely the several thousand knights and men-at-arms who formed the actual fighting corps of the expedition, but an enormous supporting apparatus of siege engineers, physicians, chaplains, cooks, farriers, and the specialised craftsmen needed to assemble and maintain the powerful stone-throwing trebuchets and the elaborate wooden siege towers this story has already told you, on another night in this room, played so decisive a role in the 2-year Siege of Acre already grinding on, without either Richard or Philip present, in the months before either king actually arrived to join it, and it is worth naming too that this fleet carried, alongside all of this military apparatus, Richard's own widowed and formidable 67-year-old mother, Eleanor of Aquitaine, freed at last from the 16 years of confinement this story has already described to you, and now, in the final act of an extraordinary life, personally overseeing the crucial diplomatic errand of escorting a young Spanish princess named Berengaria of Navarre across the length of Europe to become her own son's wife, a marriage this story will watch actually take place, in genuinely dramatic circumstances, on the island of Cyprus, rather than anywhere the bride or groom might originally have expected. A winter spent conquering an ally instead of an enemy. It is worth pausing before this story ever gets Richard within sight of the Holy Land at all, on the genuinely strange and genuinely revealing detour his own fleet took through the Kingdom of Sicily, because it tells us a great deal about exactly how Richard actually understood the relationship between personal honour, family obligation, and outright military force. 3 things, his whole career, this story is going to keep showing you tonight, he never much bothered to separate from one another. Richard's own fleet put in at the Sicilian port of Messina in September of 1190, intending only a brief resupply before continuing on toward the eastern Mediterranean, but found the political situation on the island considerably more combustible than anticipated, because the Kingdom of Sicily's own recently deceased king, William II, had been married to Richard's own sister Joan, and William's death without an heir in 1189 had seen the throne seized by an illegitimate cousin named Tancred of Lecce, who had, in the process of securing his own contested crown, imprisoned the widowed Joan and, considerably more provocatively from Richard's own perspective, refused to release either her own substantial dower lands or the sizable inheritance William had left her in his own will. It is worth naming plainly that Richard treated this dispute over his own sister's inheritance with exactly the same combination of personal fury and calculated military force he had spent the previous decade applying to rebellious Aquitanian barons, seizing the Sicilian town of Messina itself by by direct assault within days of arriving, over the course of a single morning so swift and so thoroughly planned in advance that several contemporary chroniclers, including the anonymous author of the crusading narrative known as the Itinerarium Peregrinorum, a text this story will draw on repeatedly across the rest of tonight's telling, describe Philip Augustus watching from his own camp nearby, expressing open astonishment that an entire fortified city could be taken so completely in the time it took most commanders merely to organise a proper siege. And it is worth naming too that Richard had his own banner raised over the captured city immediately afterward, an act his own ally Philip took as a genuine insult to French royal dignity, since the two kings had, at least on paper, agreed to conduct this entire crusade as equal and jointly credited partners, a friction over precedence and prestige that would recur in steadily worsening form across the whole of the following 2 years the two men spent nominally allied, against the same distant enemy. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific settlement that finally resolved the Sicilian dispute, because Tancred, confronted with the reality of an English army that had just taken his own second city in a single morning, agreed to release Joan along with a substantial cash settlement in place of her full inheritance, a settlement that included, in one of the more genuinely curious diplomatic footnotes of the entire crusade, Tancred presenting Richard with a gift intended to smooth over the whole embarrassing episode, a ship's worth of provisions and, by several accounts, a magnificent sword that Sicilian court legend already associated with the figure of King Arthur, a gift Richard is said to have accepted with real pleasure, whatever the considerably less legendary and considerably more mercenary calculation of raw political leverage that had actually forced Tancred to part with it in the first place. It is worth naming, before we leave Sicily, the specific and genuinely awkward personal complication Richard's own winter there produced, because it directly concerns the marriage this story has already told you was travelling toward him across Europe at that very moment. Richard, it emerged over the course of the Sicilian winter, had been betrothed since childhood to Philip Augustus's own half-sister, a French princess named Alice, a match arranged decades earlier by Henry II specifically to bind the Angevin and Capetian dynasties together, and Richard now formally and publicly renounced this betrothal, citing, among other considerably less flattering reasons several contemporary chroniclers openly repeat, credible rumours that Alice had, at some point during her own long years effectively residing at the English court, awaiting a wedding that never came, become his own father Henry II's mistress, and had, by some accounts, borne Henry a child, an accusation modern historians treat as plausible, though not conclusively provable, and one that placed Philip Augustus in the genuinely humiliating position of having his own half-sister publicly rejected on grounds that implicated his own late rival, and worse still, of having to accept a substantial cash settlement from Richard in place of the marriage alliance the whole betrothal had originally been designed to cement, one more accumulating grievance in a friendship this story has already told you was, even in its warmest years, never entirely free of exactly this kind of underlying transactional strain. A storm, a shipwreck, and a self-declared emperor who badly misjudged who he was dealing with. It is worth pausing as Richard's fleet finally departs Sicily in the spring of 1191, on the genuinely dramatic sequence of events that delivered an entire unplanned kingdom into his hands before he had even reached the shores of the Holy Land at all, because the conquest of Cyprus, however small a footnote it tends to receive in the broader story of the Third Crusade, would prove to be one of the single most consequential military and political acts of Richard's entire career, reshaping the map of the Eastern Mediterranean for nearly 4 centuries to come. A violent spring storm scattered Richard's own fleet as it crossed from Crete towards Cyprus, driving several ships, including the vessel carrying his own sister Joan and his own bride-to-be Berengaria, who had by this point completed her long overland journey across Europe under Eleanor's own careful chaperonage, and joined the fleet at Messina onto the coast near the Cypriot port of Limassol, along with a separate ship that wrecked outright near Cyprus, carrying a considerable amount of Richard's own baggage, treasure, and, by several accounts, a number of his own men who were taken captive by the island's own ruler once they washed ashore. It is worth naming specifically the man who ruled Cyprus at this exact and, for him, genuinely catastrophic moment, a Byzantine nobleman named Isaac Komnenos, a distant relative of the imperial family in Constantinople, who had seized control of the island some years earlier and declared himself its own independent emperor, ruling with a reputation for real cruelty and real greed that had made him deeply unpopular among his own Greek Orthodox subjects. And Isaac, rather than extending the customary hospitality a stranded fleet of fellow Christians making pilgrimage to the Holy Land might ordinarily have expected, refused to allow Joan and Berengaria's own ship safe harbour at all, held the shipwrecked sailors and treasure his own men had already recovered, and by several accounts considered holding the two royal women themselves for ransom, a decision that, once Richard's own main fleet finally caught up to the scattered ships and learned exactly what had happened to his own sister and his own bride in his absence, transformed what had begun as a simple, unplanned stop for resupply into a full-scale invasion. It is worth pausing on how swiftly and how completely Richard actually conquered the island, because the whole campaign, from his own landing at Limassol to Isaac's own final surrender, took barely a month. Richard personally leading an assault on the town that scattered Isaac's own defending forces within a single day, and Isaac, according to several contemporary accounts including that of the Itinerarium, fleeing inland to continue a brief and increasingly hopeless guerrilla resistance from the island's own mountain fortresses, resistance that ended only when Isaac, cornered and facing certain capture, surrendered to Richard on the specific condition which Richard readily granted and then observed with a degree of literal-minded technicality several chroniclers clearly relished recording, that he not be bound in irons of iron, a condition Richard honoured to the letter by having silver chains specially forged to bind his own defeated prisoner instead, a small, almost playful piece of medieval legal pedantry that nonetheless left Isaac every bit as thoroughly a captive as ordinary iron chains would have. It is worth naming plainly what Richard actually did with an entire island kingdom that had, in effect, fallen into his hands as a byproduct of a diplomatic insult, rather than any deliberate campaign of conquest, because rather than attempting to govern Cyprus directly himself, an island that held no particular strategic value to his own continental territories, and that he had no realistic intention of ever returning to personally administer, Richard first imposed a punishing tribute on the island's own population, and then, within weeks, sold the whole of it outright to the Knights Templar for a substantial sum, a transaction that would itself collapse within the year, when the Templars, facing a serious revolt from a Cypriot population who found their own new landlords considerably harsher than even Isaac's own widely resented rule had been, sold the island back, and Richard, rather than resuming direct ownership himself, passed Cyprus along a second time to Guy of Lusignan, the same deposed and by this point thoroughly discredited former king of Jerusalem this story has already told you, on another night in this room, lost an entire kingdom's army on the slopes of the Horns of Hattin, a consolation prize that gave Guy a genuine throne of his own at last, and that founded a Lusignan dynasty which would go on to rule Cyprus, in one form or another, for nearly 3 full centuries, considerably longer than the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem itself ever managed to survive on the mainland, a strange and genuinely lasting legacy for a conquest that had begun, in the most literal sense, as an accident of bad weather. It is worth pausing finally on the wedding this whole storm-tossed detour eventually made room for, because on the 12th of May, 1191, in the chapel of St. George at Limassol, Richard finally married Berengaria of Navarre, the daughter of King Sancho VI of Navarre, a match Eleanor herself had personally arranged specifically because Navarre's own strategic position, bordering Aquitaine's own southern frontier, made an alliance with its ruling family genuinely valuable in securing Richard's continental territories against the persistent threat of the Counts of Toulouse, and Berengaria was, in the same ceremony, crowned Queen of England on the spot, becoming, in one of the more curious footnotes of English royal history, very likely the only English queen ever crowned on the island of Cyprus, and, by most accounts, a queen who had never once, across the whole of her married life, actually set foot in the kingdom she nominally ruled at all, a marriage several modern historians describe as a partnership of real mutual courtesy and real dynastic convenience, that nonetheless produced no children, and about whose deeper emotional or physical intimacy, exactly as with the earlier and equally contested question of Richard's own bond with Philip Augustus, the surviving sources simply do not permit any confident modern verdict at all. A city already 2 years into starving itself for both sides at once. It is worth pausing, before Richard's fleet finally makes landfall at Acre itself, on exactly what kind of siege he was actually sailing into, because this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, of the strange and genuinely grinding 2-year encampment that had grown up outside that city's walls since the summer of 1189, 3 concentric rings of starving, freezing and increasingly desperate men. The Muslim garrison trapped inside Acre itself, the Frankish besiegers trapped in their own camp around it, and Saladin's own field army trapped in turn in the countryside beyond, unable to break the siege outright and unable to simply abandon the garrison inside to its fate. And it is worth naming that by the time Richard's own fleet finally arrived off the coast on the 8th of June, 1191, that siege had already claimed, by disease and starvation alone, considerably more lives on both sides than open battle had, and had already, this story has already told you, swallowed the German Emperor Frederick Barbarossa's own vast crusading army whole, an emperor who drowned in a river in Anatolia before ever reaching these walls at all, leaving only a diminished remnant of his own force and his own son, who died of disease within months of arriving, to actually join the siege in his stead. It is worth naming plainly that Philip Augustus had already arrived at Acre several weeks ahead of Richard on the 20th of April, and had thrown the full weight of the French crown's own considerable siege engineering expertise into the effort immediately, and it is worth pausing on the specific and genuinely petty rivalry that flared between the two kings within days of Richard's own arrival, because Richard, still recovering from a serious illness contracted during the crossing, a fever several contemporary sources describe as analdia, the same wasting sickness that had already killed so many ordinary soldiers in the camp, nonetheless found the energy almost immediately to needle his own crusading partner over a matter of pure prestige. Both kings had, before ever leaving Europe, agreed to split evenly any territory or plunder either one of them acquired during the Crusade, and when Richard's own conquest of Cyprus produced a considerable windfall of treasure, Philip demanded his own promised half, a demand Richard honoured, but only several chroniclers record with an evident appreciation for the pettiness of it, after first demanding in turn half of the county of Flanders, a territory Philip had inherited outright, following the recent death of its own count with no involvement from Richard whatsoever, a tit-for-tat squabble over technical treaty language that captures, in miniature, exactly the kind of corrosive mutual suspicion that would, within a matter of months, drive the two kings' own alliance permanently apart. It is worth pausing, too, on the specific and considerably more consequential arguments that consumed the two kings' shared command of the siege itself, because Richard and Philip disagreed almost immediately over who deserved the crown of Jerusalem, a title that had, since the catastrophe at Hattin 4 years earlier, become a genuinely contested and genuinely symbolic prize rather than a functioning office, Philip backing the claim of Conrad of Montferrat, the resourceful nobleman this story has already told you, on another night in this room, held the vital port city of Tyre against Saladin's own advancing forces in the desperate months after Jerusalem's fall, while Richard backed the restoration of Guy of Lusignan, the deposed king whose own catastrophic decision-making at the Horns of Hattin this story has already walked you through in considerable detail, a preference several historians suggest Richard held less out of any particular admiration for Guy's own leadership than out of straightforward feudal principle, since Guy had once been Richard's own vassal in Poitou before ever sailing east, and a king who had spent his entire adult life enforcing feudal obedience from his own rebellious barons was, by temperament, disinclined to see a legitimately crowned monarch simply deposed by a rival claimant, however much more competent that rival claimant might actually prove to be. It is worth naming too the sheer engineering effort the final weeks of the siege actually required, because both kings brought powerful stone-throwing trebuchets, Richard's own machines nicknamed by his own soldiers with the dark humour besieging armies, have always favoured, one reportedly called Bad Neighbour, for the damage it did to the section of wall nearest it, and it is worth naming once more the specific stretch of Acre's own battered fortifications the besiegers had taken to calling the Cursed Tower, a section of wall that had, by the time Richard arrived, already absorbed nearly 2 years of continuous bombardment, mining and countermining, and that finally, in early July, began to crumble decisively enough that Acre's own garrison, cut off from any realistic hope of relief after Saladin's own field army, proved unable to break through the besiegers' own lines, opened negotiations for surrender. The garrison's own commanders agreed on the 12th of July, 1191, to surrender the city on terms that included the return of the fragment of the True Cross captured at Hattin, the release of some 1,500 Christian prisoners held across Saladin's own territories, and a substantial cash payment, 200,000 gold dinars in total, with the garrison itself numbering some 2,000 to 3,000 men along with their own families, held as hostages against Saladin's own timely fulfilment of these terms, an arrangement negotiated in the final days before the city actually fell, without Saladin's own direct and immediate consent, since his own commanders inside the city, watching their own position collapse in real time, felt they had no realistic alternative left but to agree to terms and trust that their sultan, watching from his own camp in the hills beyond, would ratify them after the fact. The cup of water Saladin's own patience could not stretch far enough to fill a second time. It is worth pausing before this story tells you what actually happened to those 2,000 to 3,000 hostages, on how genuinely difficult the following month of negotiation actually was, because it reveals something important about the very different pressures Richard and Saladin were each operating under by the summer of 1191. Saladin, whose own army had spent 2 exhausting years camped outside Acre without ever managing to break the siege, needed time, real and considerable time, to actually gather the promised prisoners from garrisons scattered across the whole of his own territory, and to assemble the enormous cash payment the surrender terms demanded, and he requested, reasonably enough by the ordinary customs of medieval siege negotiation, that the payment and the prisoner exchange be conducted in staged instalments over the following month, while Richard, whose own crusade was, by this point, already running badly behind the schedule he needed to keep if he hoped to march on Jerusalem itself before a second winter of campaigning, ground his own army down the way the 2 previous winters had already ground down every army that had come before it, grew increasingly, and by several accounts genuinely suspicious that Saladin's own requests for more time were less a matter of honest logistics than a deliberate stalling tactic intended to keep Richard's own army pinned outside Acre indefinitely, while Saladin quietly rebuilt his own strength elsewhere. It is worth naming, plainly, what Richard actually did once the first deadline for the full payment passed, without Saladin's own instalment fully materialising, because it remains, alongside the massacre of the Templars and Hospitallers. This story has already described Saladin ordering after Hattin, one of the single darkest and most heavily debated acts of the entire crusading period. On the 20th of August, 1191, Richard ordered the entire garrison held hostage from Acre's own surrender. Some 2,700 men by the most commonly cited modern estimate, though contemporary sources themselves offer figures ranging considerably higher and lower, marched out onto a plain within sight of Saladin's own camp, and executed bound and largely defenceless, in full view of the Muslim army that had spent 2 years trying and failing to save them, an act several contemporary Christian chroniclers, including the author of the Itinerarium, attempt to justify at some length as a matter of hard military necessity, arguing that Richard could not afford to leave so large a body of potential enemy combatants alive and unguarded at his own rear as he prepared to march south, nor could he afford the manpower it would have taken to escort thousands of prisoners along with his own advancing army. While Muslim chroniclers writing from the opposite side of the same field, most notably Baha ad-Din ibn Shaddad, the same close companion and biographer of Saladin, this story is already introduced to you on another night in this room, describe the killing in language of unambiguous horror and unambiguous condemnation, a massacre carried out in Baha ad-Din's own account with a cold, calculated brutality that shocked even a region that had, by this point in a war stretching back nearly a full century, seen a great deal of exactly this kind of violence already. It is worth pausing, honestly, on how differently modern historians continue to weigh this single afternoon against the rest of Richard's own reputation, because it sits in a manner this story has already asked you to hold in mind once before tonight, regarding Saladin's own execution of the Templars and Hospitallers, in genuine and unresolved tension with the more chivalric legend that would come to surround Richard's name across the 8 centuries that followed. Some historians reading the killing as a defensible, if brutal, act of hard-nosed medieval military logic entirely consistent with the accepted customs of siege warfare in the period, the same customs this story has already told you, on another night in this room, saw the ordinary captured soldiers of Hattin marched into the slave markets of Damascus, as an unremarkable feature of victory neither side seriously questioned on principle, while other historians read it as a genuinely disproportionate act of calculated terror, intended less by strict necessity than by Richard's own desire to demonstrate in the starkest possible terms exactly what price further delay or further broken faith would cost, a message aimed as much at Saladin's own future conduct as at the actual, immediate military threat the hostages themselves represented. And it is worth naming plainly that Saladin's own response to the massacre, once the news reached his own camp, was to order the killing, in turn, of a number of Christian prisoners then held in his own hands, a retaliation considerably smaller in scale than Richard's own act, but one that closed off for the remainder of the campaign whatever fragile trust either side's own negotiators might otherwise have still extended to the other's word. The king who went home and the king who stayed to finish a war he had already half decided he could not win outright. It is worth pausing before this story follows Richard south along the coast, on the specific and genuinely consequential decision Philip Augustus made only weeks after Acre's own fall, because it would leave Richard as the campaign's sole royal commander for the whole of the fighting still to come, and it would give Philip, once he returned to his own kingdom, a considerable head start on exactly the kind of continental mischief this story has already told you their friendship had spent a decade curdling toward. Philip, whose own health had never fully recovered from the same wasting fever that had struck Richard down in Sicily, and whose own patience with a crusade he had, by several accounts, never pursued with anything like Richard's own personal fervour, had been thoroughly exhausted by 2 years of siege warfare, and by a season of increasingly bitter precedents disputes with his own crusading partner, announced in late July that he intended to return to France, citing his own poor health and the pressing need to settle the succession of Flanders, a departure several contemporary chroniclers, including Richard's own supporters, greeted with open scorn and open accusations of cowardice, and one modern historians treat rather more sympathetically, noting that Philip left behind a substantial French garrison and a considerable sum of money to continue supporting the siege effort even in his own absence, a genuine, if politically convenient, contribution to a war he had personally had enough of. It is worth naming, plainly, the promise Philip made to Richard before departing, swearing a solemn oath not to attack any of Richard's own continental territories, while Richard himself remained on crusade. An oath Philip would keep for barely a year before beginning, in careful and deniable stages at first, exactly the kind of border encroachment against Normandy this promise had been specifically designed to prevent, and it is worth naming too that Richard himself, watching his own crusading partner sail for home, is reported by more than one chronicler to have remarked with real and bitter foresight that Philip would do him more harm in a single day back in France than Saladin himself could manage in a full year in the Holy Land, a prediction that would prove, across the following 7 years of this story, to be very nearly the single most accurate thing either king ever said about the other. A march down a coast that Saladin's own light cavalry never once left alone. It is worth pausing as Richard finally leads his own army south from Acre toward Jaffa in late August of 1191, on the specific and genuinely gruelling discipline this march actually required, because it stands, by the judgment of a great many modern military historians, as one of the single best managed pieces of medieval battlefield logistics either side of this entire war ever achieved. Richard organised his own army into a tight, mutually supporting formation for the whole of the march, infantry on the landward flank absorbing the brunt of the constant harassing fire from Saladin's own mounted archers. The same light, mobile horse archery tactics this story has already told you on Another Night in This Room, broke an earlier Crusader army so completely at Hattin. Cavalry held in reserve at the centre of the column rather than allowed to charge out after every provocation, and the fleet itself sailing in careful, continuous parallel just offshore, resupplying the marching army with food and, crucially, with water at regular intervals along a coastline that offered considerably more relief from thirst than the waterless plateau above Tiberias ever had. And it is worth naming plainly that Richard's own considerable personal discipline in refusing to let his own knights break formation and give chase to Saladin's own harassing raiders, however much individual glory such a charge might have won any single knight who led it, was exactly the kind of hard-won tactical patience this story has already shown you tonight, that his own decade of grinding sieges in Aquitaine had first taught him. And it was a patience that Saladin's own light cavalry, for all its skill, simply could not find a way to break. It is worth pausing too on the single battle this careful discipline finally allowed Richard to fight on his own chosen terms, fought on the 7th of September 1191 near the town of Arsuf, when Saladin, frustrated by weeks of failing to provoke the marching column into a disorganised and vulnerable charge, finally committed his own main field army to a full, direct assault on the column's own rear guard, hoping to overwhelm it before the rest of the army could turn and support it. It is worth naming specifically the moment several contemporary accounts describe as the actual turning point of the battle, when the Hospitaller Knights forming the rear guard, under sustained and increasingly desperate pressure from Saladin's own cavalry, broke discipline and charged without direct royal order, a moment that could, by the same logic that had shattered the Crusader army at Hattin 4 years earlier, have turned into a catastrophic and premature collapse of the entire formation, and it is worth naming that Richard, rather than allowing this unauthorised charge to become an isolated and doomed action, made the split-second tactical decision to commit the rest of his own cavalry in immediate and full support, transforming what had begun as an act of indiscipline into a coordinated full-scale counterattack that broke clean through Saladin's own advancing line. It is worth pausing on how genuinely decisive this single victory actually was, because Saladin's own army, this story has already told you, on another night in this room, had not suffered a clear and unambiguous defeat in open battle at any point across the whole of his own long and patient campaign of conquest, and the rout at Arsuf, however far short it fell of the kind of total, army-destroying catastrophe Saladin himself had inflicted at Hattin, nonetheless did real and lasting damage to the aura of battlefield invincibility his own reputation had carried since that earlier victory, and it is worth naming too that Richard's own personal conduct during the battle. Several contemporary accounts describe him leading the decisive charge himself, in the thick of the fighting rather than directing it from a safe distance, cemented within his own crusading army, and within the wider chronicle tradition that would carry his name back to Europe, exactly the reputation for reckless personal courage that the nickname Lionheart was, by this point in the Crusade, already beginning to attach to him in earnest. 2 marches on Jerusalem, and a decision every one of his own soldiers found harder to accept than any single lost battle. It is worth pausing before this story follows Richard on either of the 2 attempts he actually made to reach Jerusalem itself, on the sheer, aching, symbolic weight that city carried for every single soldier in his own army. A weight this story has already spent considerable time tonight describing from the opposite side of the war, the same city whose recovery had been the entire stated purpose of the Crusade since Pope Urban's own successor issued the bull that set this whole mobilisation in motion, and it is worth naming plainly that Richard, for all his own considerable battlefield gifts, understood something about the actual military situation confronting him that a great many of his own ordinary soldiers, marching for months now with the recovery of the Holy City as their single, overriding hope, found agonisingly difficult to accept that taking Jerusalem itself, a walled city well inland from the coast and well beyond the reach of the fleet that had done so much to keep his own army supplied and reinforced along its march south, was a considerably different and considerably riskier undertaking than winning a single pitched battle in the open field, because even if his own army successfully stormed the city, Richard had nowhere near the manpower to actually garrison and hold it afterward against Saladin's own inevitable counter-siege once the bulk of the crusading army, its own vow fulfilled, inevitably began sailing home. It is worth pausing on the first of these 2 attempts, in the winter of 1191 and 92, when Richard's own army advanced inland as far as Beit Nuba, a town only some 12 miles from Jerusalem itself, close enough that several contemporary accounts describe soldiers in the vanguard weeping openly at the thought of how near they now stood to the city. They had crossed an entire continent to recover, only for Richard, in consultation with the more militarily experienced local barons of the kingdom, men like the Templars and Hospitallers who understood the terrain and the logistics of holding it far better than any newly arrived crusader from Europe possibly could, to order a full retreat back toward the coast in early January, a decision driven by the same hard calculation this story has just named for you. Torrential winter rains had already begun ruining the army's own supplies and equipment, and a siege launched now, even if successful, would leave a garrison stranded deep inland with the spring campaigning season, and Saladin's own inevitably regathering strength still ahead of it. It is worth naming honestly exactly what this retreat did to the morale of an army that had marched so close to its own single overriding goal, because several chroniclers describe a genuine wave of despair and even outright desertion sweeping through the ranks in the weeks that followed. Ordinary soldiers and pilgrims who had sold everything they owned back home to fund their own participation in this crusade, now facing the prospect of returning across an entire ocean, having come within a day's march of Jerusalem and turned back without ever laying eyes on it. And it is worth naming too that a second attempt, launched in the following summer of 1192 and pushed forward as far as Beit Nuba once again, ended in an almost identical retreat for almost identical reasons. Richard's own council of war, polling the opinions of the kingdom's most experienced local commanders a second time, concluding a second time that the city could plausibly be taken but almost certainly could not be held, a conclusion Richard himself, whatever his own private wishes, accepted both times rather than risk the whole of his own crusading army on a symbolic victory his own hard-won military judgment told him could not actually be sustained. Gifts, physicians, and a marriage proposal that never had the faintest chance of actually happening. It is worth pausing, across these same months of marching and retreating, on the genuinely remarkable pattern of personal diplomacy that developed between Richard's own camp and the camp of his opposing sultan, because it is one of the more consistently strange and consistently human threads running through the whole of the Third Crusade. Two men who never once, by any surviving account from either side, actually met face to face in the whole of this campaign, and who nonetheless conducted, across nearly 2 years of active warfare, an extended and genuinely warm correspondence carried by intermediaries, chief among them Saladin's own brother Al-Adil, the same steady, diplomatically gifted brother this story has already introduced to you on Another Night in This Room, as the man who wept over Jerusalem's enslaved poor and freed 1,000 of them with his own money, and who now became, in these same months, Richard's own most trusted contact on the opposing side of an active war. It is worth naming, specifically, the episode's several contemporary sources on both sides record, from a moment when Richard himself had fallen seriously ill, once again with the same recurring fever that had already struck him down once in Sicily, an illness severe enough that Saladin, learning of it through his own scouts and intermediaries, sent his own personal physician across the lines to examine and treat the very king he was actively at war with, along with, by several accounts, fresh fruit and snow carried down from the mountains specifically to help cool Richard's own fever, a gesture this story's own earlier telling of Saladin's life on Another Night in This Room, already named for you as one of the single most vivid examples of the strange chivalric courtesy that could coexist in this particular war more than almost any other, alongside the deliberate execution of thousands of bound prisoners on a plain within sight of both camps. It is worth pausing too on the single strangest diplomatic proposal either side floated across this whole extended correspondence, raised by Richard himself in the autumn of 1191, as a genuinely creative, if ultimately doomed, attempt to resolve the entire war through marriage rather than continued bloodshed. A proposal that his own widowed sister Joan, the same Joan whose own rescue from Tancred's captivity in Sicily had opened this whole eastern chapter of the story, be married to Al-Adil himself, with the newly married couple to be jointly granted rule over Jerusalem and the surrounding territory, Richard retaining the true cross and free pilgrim access for Christians, Al-Adil and Joan governing the city itself under joint Christian and Muslim administration, a proposal Saladin's own court, according to Bahar ad-Din's own account, received with real interest and even a certain wry amusement, recognising in it exactly the kind of audacious, face-saving political theatre that might allow both sides to claim a version of victory, and one that collapsed almost immediately once word of it reached Joan herself, who, according to several accounts, refused outright and in no uncertain terms to marry a Muslim ruler regardless of the throne attached to the offer, a refusal that ended the negotiation within days, and that this story has already told you on Another Night in This Room, stands as one of the clearest reminders in this entire war that, even in a negotiation conducted almost entirely between men, the actual personal will of the one woman whose own marriage was being arranged like a border treaty was, in the end, the detail that mattered most. It is worth naming, briefly, that Richard is reported by at least one chronicler to have floated a second and even stranger version of the same basic proposal not long afterward, offering his own niece in Joan's place once Joan's own refusal made the original plan impossible, a proposal that fared no better and that most modern historians treat with real skepticism as to how seriously either side actually intended to pursue it at all, reading the whole episode less as a genuine diplomatic breakthrough either king expected to succeed than as a piece of calculated theatre, each side found useful in probing the other's own position and buying a little further time to regroup their own exhausted forces. The morning a king rode out of a half-fortified town with almost no army behind him at all. It is worth pausing before this whole military story finally reaches its own last and, by several measures, most personally dramatic engagement on the specific and genuinely precarious position Richard's own crusade found itself in by the summer of 1192, because the two failed marches on Jerusalem had done real damage to the coalition's own cohesion. A considerable number of crusaders who had fulfilled their own pilgrim vows simply by reaching the Holy Land at all had already begun sailing home. Disputes over the crown of Jerusalem between Guy of Lusignan's own supporters and Conrad of Montferrat's had finally resolved themselves in genuinely startling fashion when Conrad was assassinated in the streets of Tyre in April of that year by agents of the Nizari Ismaili sect. The same shadowy group this story has already told you, on another night in this room, made two separate attempts on Saladin's own life, an assassination whose specific sponsor remains disputed to this day, with contemporary and modern suspicion alike falling variously on Saladin himself, on Richard, whose own rivalry with Conrad had grown genuinely bitter, or on the sect acting from entirely its own motives, and Richard, whatever the truth of that specific mystery, arranged for Conrad's own widow to marry instead the young Henry of Champagne, the nephew of both Richard and Philip Augustus, resolving the kingdom's own succession crisis for the moment even as the Crusades' own larger military momentum continued visibly draining away. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific alarm that reached Richard at Acre at the very end of July 1192, just as he himself had begun making final preparations to finally sail home. News that Saladin, sensing the Crusades' own exhaustion and its own dwindling numbers, had launched a sudden and powerful assault on the coastal town of Jaffa, the single most important remaining port south of Acre, and the town whose own continued Christian control Richard regarded as essential to any credible claim that the Crusade had achieved anything lasting at all, and Jaffa's own small garrison, overwhelmed within days, had already been forced back into the town's own citadel and had, by the time word reached Richard, all but agreed to surrender the moment his own relief force failed to arrive in time. It is worth pausing on the sheer, almost theatrical urgency of what Richard actually did next, because it stands, even set against everything else this story has already told you about his own personal battlefield courage, as one of the single most vivid episodes of his entire career. Richard, unable to gather his own main army quickly enough to march overland in time, loaded whatever knights and men-at-arms he could assemble on the spot onto a small flotilla of ships, and sailed directly for Jaffa, arriving off the coast to find the town's own citadel already on the verge of falling, and Saladin's own soldiers already moving through the streets below, and rather than wait for a fuller force or a more considered plan, Richard, by several contemporary accounts, leapt from his own ship into the surf still wearing the greater part of his own armour, wading ashore at the head of a genuinely small body of knights, reportedly no more than a few hundred men in total, against a besieging force many times that size, and drove Saladin's own soldiers back out of the town in a single, ferocious, and almost entirely improvised counterattack that several chroniclers on both sides describe, with something close to open astonishment at its sheer audacity. It is worth naming, too, the second, and in some ways even more remarkable engagement this same relief effort produced only days later, when Saladin, regrouping his own forces just outside Jaffa, launched a surprise dawn assault, specifically intended to catch Richard's own small and still consolidating force off guard before it could properly fortify the town, and Richard, warned just in time by a soldier who happened to notice the approaching attack, formed his own vastly outnumbered men into a tight defensive formation in the open ground outside the town's own walls, dismounted knights holding a shield wall reinforced with crossbowmen kneeling between them, a formation several military historians credit with genuinely innovative tactical improvisation for a field commander operating with so few resources and so little warning, and held that line against repeated cavalry charges from Saladin's own considerably larger force for the better part of a full day. Richard himself, by Bahar Din's own account, an eyewitness present in Saladin's own camp that day, and no particular admirer of the English king, riding up and down the length of his own thin line personally, conspicuous in his own distinctive armour and by this same admiring enemy account, cutting down any Muslim horseman who came within reach of his own sword with a personal ferocity that left a real and lasting impression even on the men fighting against him. It is worth pausing for a moment on the single detail from this same battle that has been retold most often across the 8 centuries since, because it captures in miniature exactly the kind of strange chivalric courtesy this story has already shown you running through this whole war on both sides at once, that at one point during the fighting, Richard's own horse was killed beneath him, leaving the king briefly stranded and vulnerable on foot in the middle of an active battlefield, and Saladin himself, watching from a nearby vantage point and unwilling, according to Bahar ad-Din's own account, to see so worthy an opponent killed or captured through the simple bad luck of a fallen mount rather than through fair combat, sent his own brother Al-Adil to present Richard with 2 fresh horses on the spot, in the middle of the battle itself, a gesture of pure and calculated chivalry that allowed the fighting and Richard's own life to continue exactly as before. And it is worth naming plainly that this single act, more than almost any other single detail from the entire crusade, is the one that would go on to anchor centuries of later legend about the strange mutual respect binding these 2 commanders together, a respect that was, as this story has tried to show you across the whole of tonight, always genuinely real and always, at the very same time, carefully calculated, deployed by both men at exactly the moments it would do the most good for their own reputation and their own cause. A peace neither side could really afford not to sign. It is worth pausing, in the exhausted aftermath of Jaffa, on the specific negotiations that finally produced the treaty ending this whole phase of the war, because both commanders, by the late summer of 1192, had reached almost exactly the same private conclusion at almost exactly the same time, that neither one of them could realistically hope to achieve a complete and lasting victory over the other. Richard's own army had shrunk, through desertion, disease, and the steady attrition of nearly 2.5 years of continuous campaigning, to a fraction of the force he had first landed with, and news reaching him from Europe, this story will turn to in a moment, made his own continued presence in the Holy Land an increasingly dangerous luxury he could no longer afford, while Saladin's own army, for its own part, was similarly exhausted. His own Kurdish and Turkish emirs, many of whom had already been campaigning on and off for the better part of 5 years since the mobilization that led to Hattin, growing increasingly restless to return to their own homes and their own estates, and it is worth naming plainly that both men, whatever the genuine, hard-won respect, several contemporary sources describe them developing for one another across these final months of negotiation, were ultimately driven to the peace table by the same blunt practical exhaustion that ends most long wars considerably more often than any decisive battlefield victory ever does. The Treaty of Jaffa was finally concluded on the 2nd of September, 1192, and it is worth naming its actual terms plainly, because they represent in the end a considerably more modest outcome than the Crusades' own original, sweeping ambition of recovering Jerusalem outright, a 3-year truce between the two sides, the coastal strip from Tyre to Jaffa remaining in Christian hands, a narrow but genuinely functioning rump of the old Kingdom of Jerusalem preserved along the Mediterranean coast, Ascalon's own fortifications, which Richard had spent considerable effort and considerable manpower rebuilding earlier in the campaign specifically to threaten Saladin's own communications with Egypt, demolished as part of the settlement, a concession Richard accepted only with real and visible reluctance, and in the single provision that mattered most to the ordinary pilgrims whose own religious devotion had done so much to fund and populate this entire crusade in the first place: free and guaranteed access for unarmed Christian pilgrims to visit Jerusalem itself, still under Saladin's own direct rule, a provision that let this whole, grinding 3-year war end not with the city's recovery its own participants had originally set out to achieve, but with something considerably smaller and, in its own quiet way, considerably more durable. An arrangement that let ordinary worshippers actually walk the same streets Saladin's own army had captured 5 years earlier, without either side having to surrender its own final and most symbolically loaded claim to the city itself. It is worth pausing for a moment on the single detail from these final weeks that has struck nearly every historian who has ever written about this crusade as the most quietly poignant of the entire campaign, because Richard himself, despite having crossed an entire continent, buried countless of his own men, fought 2 major pitched battles, and spent the better part of 2.5 years of his own life pursuing exactly this goal. Never once, by any surviving account from either side, actually entered Jerusalem or laid eyes on the city at all. Several later and admittedly more legendary accounts describe Richard riding within sight of the city's own walls during one of the 2 aborted marches this story has already told you about, raising his own shield to cover his own face and refusing to look at Jerusalem directly, declaring that a man who could not deliver the city by his own sword had no right to see it with his own eyes, a story modern historians treat with the same careful skepticism. This story is already applied to several other vivid but thinly sourced anecdotes tonight, unable to confirm it in the more sober contemporary chronicle record, but unable too to entirely dismiss it, because whether or not Richard actually spoke those specific words on that specific hillside, the plain, underlying fact those later storytellers were reaching to explain remains true regardless of the anecdote's own precise authenticity, that the single most celebrated Crusader king in the whole of Western European legend spent 2.5 years fighting for a city he never once set foot inside, a king whose own name would come to be permanently and inseparably linked, for the 8 centuries that followed, to a Jerusalem he knew, in the end, only from a distance. It is worth naming briefly that Richard set sail from Acre for the last time on the 9th of October, 1192, and it is worth naming too the single detail several contemporary chroniclers preserve about his own parting words as the coastline of the Holy Land finally slipped below the horizon behind him, a vow, whether spoken in genuine earnest or recorded after the fact as the kind of thing a departing Crusader king ought to have said, that he would return one day to finish what this campaign had left unfinished. A vow Richard would, in the end, never have the opportunity to keep, because the 7 remaining years of his own life, this story is about to show you, would be consumed entirely by a considerably closer and considerably more immediate set of enemies, beginning with the sea itself, which was not yet finished, making his own journey home very much harder than the journey east had ever been. A king travelling in disguise through the one stretch of Europe where every single ruler had a personal reason to want him caught. It is worth pausing before this story follows Richard into what would become the single strangest and most humiliating episode of his entire adult life, on exactly why a king who had just spent 2.5 years fighting his way across the eastern Mediterranean now found himself unable to simply sail home the way he had come. Richard's own relationship with the German Emperor Henry VI was, by the autumn of 1192, thoroughly poisoned, partly by Richard's own earlier support for Henry's own rivals for the imperial throne, and partly by a considerably more personal grievance belonging to Leopold, Duke of Austria, a nobleman who had fought at Acre alongside Richard's own forces, and who had, by several contemporary accounts, been publicly and deliberately humiliated by Richard during the siege, his own banner reportedly torn down from the walls of the captured city, and thrown into a ditch by Richard's own men on the grounds that Leopold, as a mere duke, had no right to fly his own standard beside those of the Crusades' 2 anointed kings, an insult to Leopold's own considerable pride that he had neither forgotten nor forgiven in the year since, and it is worth naming plainly that the safer, more direct sea route home through waters controlled by Richard's own ally, King Tancred of Sicily, and then along the coast of southern France, had grown considerably more dangerous as well, since Richard had received word that his own brother John and the French King Philip Augustus, exactly as Richard himself had predicted while watching Philip's own ship sail for home the previous year, were actively conspiring against him, and that agents of both men were watching the Western Mediterranean's own port specifically for any sign of his own return. It is worth pausing on the genuinely eventful and genuinely disastrous voyage that resulted from Richard's own decision to avoid these more obvious dangers, because his own ship sailing up the Adriatic rather than risking the Western Mediterranean was wrecked in a storm near the northern Italian coast in December of 1192, forcing Richard and a small remaining party of companions to attempt the rest of the journey overland, directly through the one stretch of Central Europe, where both the reigning Duke and the reigning Emperor had every personal reason imaginable to want him caught. Richard, according to the fullest surviving account of this episode, travelled in disguise, adopting, at various points along the route, the guise of a merchant or a returning pilgrim, but his own parties continued lavish spending, and, by one frequently repeated and genuinely vivid detail, an expensive ring Richard was still wearing, that a suspicious innkeeper or guard noticed did not match the modest station his disguise was meant to project, drew exactly the kind of attention a king desperate to pass unnoticed could least afford, and Richard was finally identified and captured near Vienna on the 21st of December, 1192, taken into the custody of the very Duke Leopold whose own banner Richard had once thrown into a ditch outside the walls of Acre. It is worth naming plainly how thoroughly this capture violated the specific protections a Crusader king, technically under the direct protection of the Pope himself as an inviolable pilgrim for the duration of his journey to and from the Holy Land, was supposed to enjoy under the accepted canon law of the period, a violation serious enough that Pope Celestine III formally excommunicated Leopold for the act, a censure that did nothing whatsoever to secure Richard's own release, because Leopold, rather than holding his own valuable prisoner independently, quickly transferred custody of him to the Emperor Henry VI himself, who saw in the captured English king an opportunity considerably larger and considerably more lucrative than any grudge over a torn-down banner, a chance to extract a truly enormous ransom from one of the wealthiest kingdoms in Europe, and, in the process, to settle a whole separate set of the Emperor's own political grievances against Richard at the same time, It is worth pausing too on the single legend that has attached itself most persistently to this entire episode of captivity, the story of Blondel, a troubadour and, by several later and considerably more romanticised tellings, Richard's own close personal friend, who is said to have travelled from castle to castle across the German lands, searching for his own imprisoned king, singing beneath the walls of each fortress a song the two of them had once composed together, until, at one particular castle, a voice from within finally answered, singing back the second half of the very same verse, confirming to Blondel exactly where his own king was being held, a genuinely charming and genuinely enduring story that appears nowhere in any of the sober contemporary chronicle accounts of Richard's own captivity at all. First recorded, so far as modern scholarship has been able to trace it, in a considerably later medieval French romance written well after both men were dead, and one modern historians treat, almost universally, as a piece of later troubadour legend rather than sober historical fact. Though it is worth naming too that the story's own persistence across 8 centuries tells us something real about exactly what kind of King Richard's own posthumous reputation was already being built into within a few generations of his own death. Less a flesh and blood monarch who spent 6 months of a 10-year reign actually in his own kingdom, than a figure already halfway transformed into the stuff of romance even before the last of his own contemporaries had died. It is worth naming, plainly, exactly how much money it actually took to finally secure Richard's own release, because the figure itself, 150,000 marks of silver, represented by several modern economic estimates, something in the range of 2 to 3 times the entire annual revenue of the English crown, an almost unimaginable sum that fell in Richard's own continued absence to his own mother Eleanor of Aquitaine, now well into her 70s, and yet, by every surviving account, once again the single most energetic and most effective political operator in the entire kingdom, to actually raise, levying a special tax across all of England and Richard's continental territories alike, a tax that took, in one particularly striking and genuinely resented provision, a full quarter of the value of every layman and clergyman's own movable property, melting down church plate and monastic treasure across the kingdom, and squeezing in the process very nearly every corner of the Angevin economy that could plausibly be squeezed at all. And it is worth naming too that Eleanor herself, in one of the more remarkable final acts of an already extraordinary life, personally travelled to Germany in the depth of winter, at an age when most of her own contemporaries would long since have retired from any kind of active political life, to help oversee both the final negotiations and the physically laborious transport of the ransom itself, and to personally escort her own long-imprisoned son home once it was finally paid. It is worth pausing too on what Richard's own brother John and Richard's own former crusading partner Philip Augustus were actually doing across these same 14 months of captivity, because it reveals, with a clarity this story has already prepared you for tonight, exactly how little either man's own earlier oath of loyalty or friendship had actually meant. John, who had spent the years of Richard's own absence on Crusade quietly building his own independent base of political support across England, moved almost immediately upon news of his brother's capture to try to seize direct control of the kingdom for himself, travelling to Philip Augustus's own court in Paris and, according to several accounts, doing homage to the French king for Richard's own continental territories, an act of open treason against his own brother and sovereign, and the two men, Philip and John together, went so far as to offer the Emperor Henry VI a substantial payment of their own, in some accounts matching or even exceeding the ransom England itself was struggling to raise, specifically to keep Richard imprisoned in Germany for a further year rather than release him at all, an offer Henry ultimately declined, whether out of genuine principle or, as several historians suspect, simple practical calculation that England's own ransom, already largely secured, represented a safer and more certain payday than a speculative wager on Philip and John's own continued goodwill, and it is worth naming plainly that Richard, once he learned the full extent of his own brother's betrayal, is reported to have responded with something closer to weary, exasperated contempt than outright fury, reportedly remarking of John, once the two brothers were eventually reconciled, that he forgave him easily and hoped he would as easily forget the whole affair, a strikingly mild reaction from a man whose own reputation for personal ferocity this story has already documented at real length tonight, and one that several modern historians read as further evidence of exactly how low Richard's own private expectations of his youngest brother's own character had always been. Richard was finally released on the 4th of February, 1194, and it is worth naming briefly the specific act of formal, symbolic submission the Emperor Henry VI required of him before actually letting him go, requiring Richard to surrender the Kingdom of England itself back to him as a fief, only to have it immediately regranted back to Richard as the Emperor's own vassal, a largely ceremonial but genuinely humiliating piece of political theatre that made the English crown, at least on paper, and for the remainder of Henry's own reign, technically subordinate to the Holy Roman Empire, an indignity Richard accepted without visible protest, having by this point spent 14 months learning exactly how little his own royal dignity was actually worth measured against the plain, practical necessity of finally going home. A homecoming that lasted barely 2 months before the real war of his reign actually began. It is worth pausing before this story follows Richard back across the English Channel one final time, on exactly how brief his own return to the kingdom he'd spent so much blood and so much of its own treasury defending actually was, because Richard landed in England in March of 1194, was received, by every surviving account, with genuine and considerable public rejoicing, a king whose own captivity had cost the kingdom so dearly, finally restored to his own throne, and was crowned a second time, in a deliberate ceremony of renewal at Winchester specifically intended to erase, in the eyes of his own subjects, any lingering symbolic taint from the humiliating submission Henry VI had extracted from him in Germany. And it is worth naming plainly that Richard spent almost the whole of this brief homecoming not on the ordinary business of governing a kingdom he had, by his own earlier remark about selling London itself, never shown much personal interest in administering directly, but on the specific and considerably more pressing business of formally reconciling with his own treacherous brother John, meeting him at Lisieux in Normandy, forgiving him, this story has already told you, with a swiftness several contemporary chroniclers found genuinely startling given the scale of John's own betrayal, and restoring him, in time, to a portion of his own former lands and titles, a clemency that reads, across the distance of 8 centuries, less as simple brotherly affection than as the same hard, practical political calculation. This story has already shown you governing nearly every decision of Richard's own adult life. A rebellious younger brother safely reconciled and kept close was, in the end, considerably less dangerous than one left to fester in continued exile at a hostile French court. It is worth naming, plainly, that Richard sailed back to the continent in May of 1194, and would never again, for the remaining 5 years of his own life, set foot on English soil at all, a fact that captures, more starkly than almost any other single detail in this entire story, exactly where his own actual priorities as king had always lain, because the England Richard ruled was, in the plainest possible terms this story can offer you, less a kingdom he personally governed than a reliable and steadily milked source of the men and money he needed to fight the war that actually consumed the whole of his own remaining attention, the war to recover from his own former friend and crusading partner Philip Augustus, every inch of Norman and Angevin territory Philip had spent Richard's own captivity, quietly and not so quietly seizing. It is worth pausing for a moment on the specific and genuinely revealing account William of Newburgh, one of the more careful and more independent-minded English chroniclers of the period, gives of Richard's own priorities during these final years, describing a king who governed his own English kingdom almost entirely through a small circle of trusted administrative officials, chief among them a capable justiciar named Hubert Walter, while Richard himself remained on the continent for the whole of the remaining 5 years of his reign, personally directing castle by castle and border skirmish by border skirmish, the long and grinding reconquest of exactly the territory. This story has already told you. Philip Augustus had spent his entire reign patiently waiting for exactly this kind of opportunity to claw back. A castle built in under 2 years that was supposed to make an entire war unwinnable. It is worth pausing at real length on the single most famous physical legacy of these final continental wars, because Chateau Gaillard, the great fortress Richard ordered constructed on a commanding chalk cliff above the Seine near the town of Les Andelys, stands, even in its own considerable ruin today, as one of the single most sophisticated pieces of military engineering the whole of the 12th century produced, and it is worth naming, plainly, the sheer, almost obsessive personal investment Richard poured into its construction. Work beginning in 1196 and completed by several contemporary accounts, in the remarkably short span of about 2 years, an extraordinary pace for a fortification of this scale and this complexity that required, by several modern estimates, an enormous mobilization of skilled masons and labourers working simultaneously across multiple sections of the site, and a level of direct, hands-on royal attention to the specific details of its design that several chroniclers describe Richard himself personally overseeing. A king who had, by this point in his own career, spent the better part of 3 decades besieging and defending castles across 2 separate theatres of war, applying every hard lesson of that entire career to a single, purpose-built answer to the specific military problem Philip Augustus's own continued encroachment into Normandy actually posed. It is worth naming specifically what made Chateau Gaillard so genuinely innovative, because it incorporated a range of defensive features, concentric rings of fortification, a design allowing defenders to retreat inward through successive lines of wall, rather than surrendering the whole position the moment any single outer wall was breached, and a distinctive ribbed design to its own outer curtain wall, specifically intended to deflect the force of siege engine bombardment, rather than absorbing it directly, features several modern military historians credit as directly influenced by the sophisticated Byzantine and Muslim fortifications Richard had personally observed and personally besieged during his own years in the Holy Land, a genuinely direct, physical transfer of crusading-era military engineering back into the heart of Western Europe. And it is worth naming too the famous and probably at least somewhat exaggerated boast several chroniclers attribute to Richard himself upon the castle's completion, that he could hold it even if its own walls were made of butter, a remark that captures, whether or not Richard actually said those precise words, exactly the kind of supreme personal confidence in his own military judgment that had, by this point in his career, been vindicated by nearly every major engagement he had ever personally commanded. It is worth pausing too on the broader shape of the war Chateau Gaillard was actually built to help win, because the 5 years Richard spent fighting Philip Augustus across Normandy, the Vexin and the Limousin, were, in the plainest possible terms, a long and grinding sequence of sieges, raids, and shifting alliances considerably less dramatic in the retelling than either the family wars of Richard's own youth or the crusade that made his own international reputation, but genuinely consequential all the same. Because Richard, freed at last from the constraints and the divided command that had defined his own crusading years, proved himself, across this same period, a remarkably effective continental commander, recovering, through a combination of direct military pressure and in several cases considerably more patient diplomatic manoeuvring, the great majority of the territory Philip had seized during his own captivity, and it is worth naming plainly the decisive victory Richard won over Philip's own forces at the Battle of Freteval in July of 1194, a battle in which Philip himself, caught in a position of real tactical disadvantage, was forced to flee the field so precipitously that he abandoned his own royal archive, an enormous cache of official documents and treasury records that fell directly into Richard's own hands, a loss so administratively catastrophic for the French crown that Philip Augustus in its immediate aftermath began the practice, unprecedented for French kings up to that point, of maintaining a permanent stationary royal archive in Paris, rather than continuing to carry the crown's own records with him on campaign, a genuinely lasting bureaucratic reform born directly out of one single, humiliating battlefield defeat. It is worth naming too that this same long war produced a moment of genuine and, by the standards of this particular rivalry, almost startling reconciliation in January of 1199, when Richard and Philip Augustus finally agreed to a 5-year truce, negotiated in person on the banks of the Seine, the two former friends and now hardened rivals meeting face to face for what would prove, though neither man could have known it at the time, to be very nearly the last occasion of their entire lives, and it is worth naming plainly that this truce, whatever its own genuine diplomatic substance, would be rendered almost entirely moot within a matter of months by an event neither king's own careful continental calculations had anything at all to do with, a quarrel breaking out not between France and England at all, but between Richard and one of his own comparatively minor vassals in the Limousin, over a matter that had nothing whatsoever to do with the war the two kings had just spent 5 years fighting, and everything to do, instead, with a buried hoard of ancient coins a farmer had turned up while ploughing a field near a small, and, up to that point, entirely unremarkable castle called Chalus-Chabrol, a treasure that was, by most sober modern accounting, never actually worth very much at all. It is worth pausing before this story follows Richard to the single evening that would end his own life, on exactly what this dispute over buried treasure actually was, because it has been dressed up across 8 centuries of retelling in a great deal more legendary grandeur than the sober contemporary record actually supports. A farmer working land near the castle of Chalus-Chabrol, held by one of Richard's own nominal vassals in the Limousin, a minor lord named Achard, discovered a hoard of what several contemporary chroniclers describe, with the kind of exaggeration medieval treasure stories nearly always attracted, as ancient Roman gold, a find some later and more fanciful accounts inflated into a solid gold table, and figures depicting an entire Roman emperor's own household, though modern historians treat these more elaborate descriptions with real scepticism, suspecting the actual find was considerably more modest, likely a hoard of Roman-era coins or minor precious objects of the kind that turned up with some regularity across a region that had, after all, once been Roman territory for centuries. It is worth naming, plainly, the specific feudal principle Richard invoked in demanding the treasure be surrendered to him, because as overlord of the Limousin, medieval custom generally held that a nobleman's own vassal owed his lord a share of any such exceptional find, a demand Achard's own overlord, the Viscount of Limoges, refused to honour, offering Richard only a portion of the treasure rather than the whole of it, a refusal Richard, whose own decades-long pattern of dealing with recalcitrant southern vassals, this story has already shown you in exhaustive detail tonight, treated exactly as he had treated every other act of baronial defiance across the whole of his own adult life, as an intolerable challenge to his own feudal authority that demanded an immediate and forceful military response rather than any further negotiation. And it is worth naming, too, that several modern historians read Richard's own outsized reaction to what was, in the end, a genuinely minor territorial and financial dispute as further evidence of exactly the character this whole story has traced across tonight's telling. A king for whom questions of personal honour and feudal precedent, however small the actual stakes involved, consistently outweighed any cooler, more purely economic calculation of whether a given fight was actually worth the risk. It is worth pausing on the siege itself, because Richard arrived before the walls of Chalus Chabrol in March of 1199, at the head of a mercenary force commanded by a captain named Mercadier, one of the most capable and most notoriously ruthless of the professional Brabançon soldiers Richard had relied on for hard, unglamorous siege work across the whole of his own continental wars, and found the castle defended by a garrison several contemporary accounts describe as remarkably small, in some tellings as few as 2 knights and a modest company of common soldiers, facing a siege they had, by any realistic military calculation, no serious prospect of actually withstanding against Richard's own considerably larger and considerably more experienced besieging force. It is worth pausing at real length on the evening of the 25th of March, 1199, because it is the single evening this entire story has been quietly building towards since its opening minutes tonight. Richard, according to the fullest surviving accounts, rode out that evening without his own full armour to personally inspect the progress of the siege works being constructed around the castle's own walls, a habit of close, hands-on personal supervision this story has already shown you was entirely characteristic of a commander who had spent his whole adult life treating siege warfare as a craft to be mastered in exhausting personal detail rather than delegated to subordinates, and as he did, a single defender on the castle's own battlements, working, several accounts specifically note, with almost comically improvised equipment, a crossbow bolt shot from a makeshift weapon, and, by one particularly vivid detail several chroniclers preserve, using a frying pan as an improvised shield against the besiegers' own answering fire, loosed a bolt that struck Richard directly in the left shoulder, near the neck, a wound that did not, in the initial hours after it was inflicted, appear to either Richard himself or to the surgeons who examined it to be especially serious. It is worth naming plainly exactly what went wrong in the days that followed, because it is a genuinely grim reminder of just how lethal even a comparatively minor battlefield wound could prove in an age before any real understanding of infection or antisepsis existed at all. The surgeon who first attended Richard, operating by several accounts in poor light and with considerable difficulty given the bolt's own awkward position near the collarbone, botched the initial extraction badly, tearing the surrounding flesh considerably further than the wound itself had originally required, and within days the wound had turned gangrenous, the king's own condition worsening steadily and irreversibly over the following 2 weeks as the infection spread, a decline several contemporary chroniclers describe Richard himself recognising well before his own physicians were willing to say so plainly, a man who had survived pitched battles against Saladin's own finest cavalry, survived a shipwreck and a 14-month imprisonment, and had spent the whole of his adult life walking away from danger that killed men standing beside him, now dying in the end of an infected shoulder wound inflicted by a nameless defender on the walls of a castle whose own military value to the whole of the Angevin Empire was, by any honest measure, close to nothing at all, the single act of mercy every chronicler on both sides of every earlier war this whole channel has ever told you about would have recognised immediately. It is worth pausing before this story lets Richard's own life actually end, on the specific and in the context of everything. This whole night has already shown you about his own character. Genuinely striking act of clemency he performed in his own final hours, because once the castle itself fell, its own garrison having held out only a handful of days, once their king lay dying outside their own walls, Mercedia and Richard's own remaining soldiers wanted, by every surviving account, immediate and bloody vengeance, the defender responsible for the fatal shot, identified in various accounts under various names, most commonly given as a young man called Pierre Basile or Bertrand de Gourdon, was captured and brought before the dying king, and Richard, according to the version of this scene several chroniclers agree on in its broad shape, whatever its own inevitable embellishment, asked the young man directly what had driven him to fire the shot that was now killing him, and received in reply the answer that Richard had personally killed the young man's own father and 2 brothers in earlier fighting, and that he had shot the king gladly, and would do so again if given the chance, expecting nothing but his own immediate execution for the admission. It is worth naming plainly what Richard actually did with this confession, because he forgave the young man on the spot, ordered him released unharmed, and reportedly gave him a sum of money besides. A genuinely remarkable final gesture from a man whose own career this story has spent the whole of tonight showing you was capable at Acre of ordering the execution of nearly 3,000 bound and defenceless prisoners in a single afternoon. And it is worth naming too the considerably darker coda several contemporary accounts add to this same story. That Mercadier, once Richard himself had actually died, disregarded his own king's dying wish entirely, and had the young defender flayed alive and hanged, a brutal act of vengeance that undid within days the one act of personal mercy this whole final chapter of Richard's own life had offered. And it is worth sitting for a moment with the same uncomfortable pattern this story has already asked you to hold in mind once before tonight regarding Saladin's own mercy at Jerusalem, that even a king's own most genuine and most personally meaningful act of forgiveness could not, in the end, actually control what the men serving underneath him chose to do once his own authority over them had finally ended. It is worth pausing one final time on the actual moment of Richard's own death, because he died on the 6th of April, 1199 in the arms, by several accounts, of his own mother Eleanor, who had travelled to be at his side once word of the wound's own worsening severity reached her, a formidable woman who had, by this point in her own extraordinary life, buried a husband, outlived the 16 years of imprisonment that same husband had inflicted on her, and now watched a second of her own sons, the one she had, by every account, loved most openly and most unreservedly among all her children, die at only 41 years old, having ruled England in any meaningful and continuous sense for scarcely 6 months of his own 10-year reign. It's worth naming finally the genuinely striking and genuinely deliberate way Richard's own body was actually distributed after death, because it captures, in its own physical arrangement, exactly the divided and multi-territorial nature of the empire he had spent his entire life defending, rather than ever fully inhabiting any single part of it. Richard's own heart was removed and sent to Rouen, the capital of Normandy, to be buried separately as a specific tribute to the loyalty of the Norman people. His own entrails were buried at Charlus itself, near the very spot where he had actually died, a detail several chroniclers record with a certain grim appropriateness, that the least significant part of his own remains was left behind in the least significant territory of his entire reign, and the greater part of his own body was carried to the Abbey of Fontevraud, to be buried beside the father, whose own body he had once stood over as a rebellious son watching blood flow from a dead man's nostrils. a symmetry several modern historians have noted with real and quiet appreciation, that the whole of this story's own long unresolved argument between a father who would not share power and sons who could not wait to inherit it should end with both men lying, in the end in the very same quiet French abbey, their own long and mutually damaging quarrel finally settled by nothing more dramatic than the simple common fact of death. A childless king who had, without ever quite meaning to, already chosen his own successor years before he died. It is worth pausing, before this story follows the crown itself to wherever it landed next, on the specific and genuinely consequential succession crisis Richard's own death immediately set in motion, because a king who died without any legitimate children of his own, his marriage to Berengaria having produced across nearly 8 years no surviving heir at all, left the Angevin Empire's own future balanced between two genuinely competing claims, that of Richard's own youngest brother John and that of a 12-year-old boy named Arthur of Brittany, the son of Richard's own dead brother Geoffrey, whose own claim, under the strict logic of primogeniture that governed inheritance in Brittany and increasingly in parts of France, arguably ran senior to John since Arthur descended from an older brother than John had ever been. It is worth naming plainly that Richard himself, in the last years of his own reign, had wavered on this exact question more than once, at various points appearing to favour Arthur as his own designated heir, a preference that reflected, several historians suggest, Richard's own long-standing and never fully resolved distrust of John's own character following the betrayal of the crusading years, before ultimately, in his own final days at Charlus, naming John as his successor after all, a decision driven, several contemporary accounts suggest, less by any renewed personal confidence in John than by the plain practical calculation that an adult brother already established in his own continental territories offered a considerably safer and more stable transfer of power than a 12-year-old boy whose own mother and whose own Breton advisers would inevitably end up wielding the actual authority in his name, precisely the kind of unstable, contested regency this whole story has already shown you on another night in this room, tearing apart the kingdom of Jerusalem in the years after Baldwin IV's own death. It is worth pausing one final time on Eleanor of Aquitaine's own last great political act, because even in profound old age and profound grief, having just buried a second son, she moved with exactly the same speed and exactly the same shrewd political instinct this story has shown you defining the whole of her extraordinary life, travelling personally across Aquitaine to secure the direct personal homage of her own restless southern vassals for John's succession rather than Arthur's, a lifetime's accumulated authority over exactly the territory that had caused this family more grief and more rebellion than any other single possession it held, deployed one final time to settle a succession crisis. Her own dead son's own ambiguous final wishes had left dangerously unresolved, and it is worth naming plainly that this final intervention worked. In the immediate term, John was accepted and crowned King of England in May of 1199, though Arthur's own rival claim, backed for a time by Philip Augustus himself, who saw in the boy's continued resistance exactly the kind of internal Angevin weakness his own entire reign had been patiently waiting for, would continue to fester for several more years, ending only when Arthur himself, captured by John's own forces in 1202, disappeared from the historical record entirely, widely and quite plausibly believed by nearly every contemporary chronicler who addressed the question at all, to have been murdered on his own uncle's direct order, a nephew's death that stands as one of the darker footnotes to a family story this whole night has already shown you was never, at any point across 3 generations, short of exactly this kind of ruthless internal violence. It is worth naming finally just how completely John's own subsequent reign would go on to unravel almost everything Richard, and Richard's father before him, had spent decades building, because within 5 years of taking the throne, John had lost Normandy itself to Philip Augustus, the ancestral heartland of the entire Angevin dynasty, seized in 1204 after a campaign considerably less competently resisted than any of the long wars this story has already shown you. Richard himself waging against that same French king, and it is worth naming too that John's own subsequent decades of increasingly desperate and increasingly unpopular taxation, waged in a series of failed attempts to reconquer his own lost continental territory, would culminate in June of 1215 in a rebellion of England's own barons serious enough to force John into signing the Magna Carta at Runnymede, a document whose own eventual and enormous constitutional legacy across the following 8 centuries owes its most immediate origin, however indirectly, to the plain practical fact that the brother who succeeded Richard on the throne proved, by nearly every available measure, considerably less capable of holding an empire together than the brother whose own decade of near-constant warfare, whatever its own genuine cost to England's treasury, had at least kept that same empire mostly intact. The women who carried this whole family's own political survival on their shoulders, while the chronicles kept their eyes fixed on the men doing the fighting. It is worth pausing before we let this story turn toward how Richard's own reputation was actually built and rebuilt across the centuries since his death, on the specific women whose own decisions shaped nearly every major turn of tonight's telling, and who this whole account has, up to this point, mostly mentioned only in passing, exactly the same complicating gap this channel has already named for you once before, on another night in this room, in the story of the Sultan Richard fought and never met. Eleanor of Aquitaine stands, by any honest measure, as the single most consequential figure in this entire story, who never once herself held a crown as a reigning sovereign, a duchess in her own right before either of her 2 royal husbands ever met her, imprisoned for 16 years for daring to back her own sons against a husband who had spent their entire marriage steadily stripping her of the independent authority her own inheritance had originally guaranteed her, and then, freed at last by that same husband's death, spending the final 15 years of her own extraordinarily long life doing more to actually hold the Angevin Empire together than either of the 2 sons who nominally ruled it, personally escorting Berengaria across the length of Europe to Richard's own wedding in Cyprus, personally raising his ransom and personally travelling to Germany to bring him home, and personally securing, in the last great political act of her own life, the succession that kept John's own crown intact for at least the first 5 years of his considerably less capable reign. It is worth naming too Berengaria of Navarre, a queen whose own marriage to Richard, this story has already told you, appears to have been one of genuine mutual courtesy rather than any deep personal passion, and whose own life afterward reads as one of the more quietly melancholy footnotes in this entire story, a woman crowned Queen of England on the island of Cyprus who, by nearly every surviving account, never once set foot in the kingdom she nominally ruled, who spent long stretches of her own marriage separated from a husband consumed by crusade and by continental war, and who was left, after Richard's own death, in a position of genuine financial precarity, her own dower lands and her own promised income from the English crown withheld or delayed for years by both John and, after him, John's own son Henry III, forcing a former Queen of England to petition Rome directly, and more than once, simply to receive the income her own marriage contract had promised her, a genuinely undignified final chapter for a woman whose own wedding had once been staged with all the pageantry a Mediterranean crusading army could muster. It is worth naming too Joan, Richard's own sister, whose own life this story has already traced at real length tonight, rescued from Tancred's captivity in Sicily, refusing outright to marry Al-Adil regardless of the throne of Jerusalem attached to the offer, and going on, after her own return from the Holy Land, to remarry a second time, to Raymond VI, Count of Toulouse, a marriage that would end with her own death in childbirth in 1199, the same year as her own brother, at only 34 years old. And it is worth pausing for a moment on the sheer compounding grief the final months of 1199 actually inflicted on Eleanor personally. A mother who buried both a son and a daughter within the space of a single year, having already, decades earlier, buried her own firstborn son as an infant, and the young King Henry as a grown man, a woman whose own extraordinarily long life, by the standards of the 12th century, meant she outlived very nearly everyone she had ever loved, and who nonetheless continued into her own 80s to serve as the single most reliable political anchor an increasingly unstable Angevin dynasty had left. None of these women left us their own chronicles, in exactly the same way this story has already told you, on another night in this room, that none of the women standing at the edges of Saladin's own life left theirs either. Every single word we have about Eleanor's own political genius, about Berengaria's own quiet marginalisation, about Joan's own flat and consequential refusal, passed first through a male chronicler's own hand, weighing which of their actions were worth recording in detail and which deserved only a passing mention. And it is worth remembering, as this story now carries you on toward its final accounting of how Richard's own legend actually took shape, that the fullest version of this whole family's own story would need, and does not have, at least half its own cast speaking in its own voice. What the march down the coast actually felt like to the men whose own names never made it into any chronicle at all. It is worth pausing before this story turns to how Richard's own reputation was built and rebuilt across the centuries after his death, on what the whole of this crusade had actually felt like, day after day, to the thousands of entirely ordinary men who fought in it, because the version of this campaign that survives most vividly in the record, royal letters, chivalric anecdotes about horses exchanged mid-battle, tends to crowd out the considerably larger number of foot soldiers, crossbowmen, sailors and pilgrim volunteers whose own names appear nowhere in any surviving account at all, in exactly the pattern this story has already named for you once before tonight regarding the ordinary crossbowman freezing and starving outside the walls of Acre in the 2 years before either Richard or Philip ever arrived to relieve that particular siege. Picture for a moment an ordinary English archer, drawn from a village whose own name meant nothing beyond its own parish boundary, recruited in the winter of 1189 by a preacher, explaining that taking the cross would win him remission of every sin he had ever committed, arriving in the Holy Land only to spend his own first month there, not in glorious battle at all, but marching, and marching, and marching again, down a coastline whose own heat several contemporary accounts describe as considerably worse than anything a man raised in the damp and temperate climate of England could possibly have imagined. His own mail shirt, worn continuously for fear of a sudden ambush from Saladin's own harassing cavalry, trapping the heat against his own body with the same brutal efficiency this story has already told you, on another night in this room, helped collapse an entire army at Hattin 4 years earlier, his own feet blistered raw inside boots that had been serviceable enough on the roads of Kent, but that had never been designed for marching across sun-baked coastal sand for weeks at a stretch, and his own daily ration, however carefully Richard's own supply fleet managed to keep pace offshore, still subject to the ordinary and unavoidable spoilage that plagued every medieval army operating this far from home. It is worth naming, too, the specific and genuinely grim mathematics of disease that this whole campaign, exactly like the 2-year siege that preceded Richard's own arrival, never managed to escape, because considerably more Crusaders on both the French and English sides of this expedition died of dysentery, of the wasting fever several contemporary sources call Arnaldia, and of the ordinary infections that turned even minor wounds fatal in an age before any real medical understanding of sepsis existed, than were ever killed in the open field at Arsuf, or in the desperate fighting outside Jaffa, and it is worth naming plainly that this same disease very nearly claimed both kings personally. Philip Augustus suffering an illness severe enough during the Siege of Acre that several contemporary accounts describe him losing his own hair and fingernails to it, and Richard himself, this story has already told you, struck down twice by fever serious enough that Saladin's own personal physician was sent across enemy lines specifically to treat him. A reminder that no rank, however exalted, offered any real protection at all against the specific and largely invisible enemy that did more damage to both armies across the whole of this war than either side's own soldiers ever managed to inflict on each other in open combat. It is worth pausing too on the specific and genuinely human detail several chroniclers preserve about how ordinary soldiers on both sides actually passed the long tense hours of camp life between engagements, because it complicates, in a useful way, any picture of this entire war as an unbroken sequence of pitched battles and dramatic sieges, soldiers gambling with dice carved from bone to pass idle evenings, soldiers trading small goods with local merchants who followed both armies specifically to profit from exactly this kind of desperate captive market, and, in one detail several contemporary Christian sources record with open disapproval, no small number of ordinary crusaders forming genuine friendships, and even genuine commercial partnerships with local Christian, Muslim and Jewish inhabitants of the coastal towns their own army passed through, relationships considerably warmer and considerably more pragmatic than the strict, uncomplicated religious hostility the preachers back home had promised these same men they would find waiting for them in the Holy Land. A lived reality on the ground that echoes, in its own smaller and more anonymous register, exactly the same complicating pattern this story has already shown you, on another night in this room, running through the whole of Saladin's own multi-ethnic and multi-religious Egypt. A song written by a captive king that somehow survives when so much else from this whole war has been lost. It is worth pausing, before this story turns to the more familiar business of statues and legends, on a genuinely remarkable and genuinely underappreciated artifact Richard himself left behind, because he was, in addition to everything else this whole story has shown you about his own character tonight, a genuine and by all accounts reasonably accomplished poet and composer in his own right, raised, this story has already told you, at the Aquitanian court of his own mother, a court whose own troubadour tradition his own great-grandfather had helped pioneer, and Richard composed, during his own captivity in Germany, a plaintive and genuinely moving song in Old French and Occitan known by its opening line, Janus Hons Pri, no man who is imprisoned, a lament addressed to his own friends and vassals back home, expressing real and unguarded bitterness at how few of them, in his own accounting, had moved with any real urgency to ransom him, a composition that survives to this day in multiple medieval manuscripts, and that stands as one of the very few pieces of writing we possess in Richard's own actual voice, rather than filtered through the admiring or hostile pen of a court chronicler, a brief, genuinely personal window into a man whose own inner life this whole story has otherwise had to reconstruct almost entirely from the outside, through the accounts of men describing what he did rather than what he actually felt while doing it. It is worth naming plainly what this single surviving composition actually tells us, because a king capable of ordering the execution of nearly 3,000 bound prisoners in a single afternoon was, in this same stretch of his own life, also capable of sitting in a German prison cell composing verses of genuine emotional vulnerability about loneliness and abandonment, a combination this whole story has already asked you, more than once tonight, to hold in your mind without resolving it into any single, simpler verdict. Because the complicated truth of Richard's own character, exactly like the complicated truth of Saladin's own character, this channel has already spent an entire earlier night walking you through, was never going to fit neatly into either the flawless legend or the simple villain later centuries would, depending on their own particular needs, occasionally prefer him to have been. A name mothers used to frighten children with, on the very same coast where he once waded ashore in full armour. It is worth pausing before this story crosses back over to how Richard's own reputation was built in the land of his birth, on the genuinely striking and genuinely long-lived legacy his own name left behind across the Muslim Near East, because it stands in a curious, almost inverted relationship to the reputation this story has already told you. On another night in this room, Saladin left behind among the very Christian chroniclers who had every reason to hate him. Several generations of later Arabic writers, and a persistent oral tradition that several modern historians and travellers have documented surviving in parts of the region, well into the 19th and even the 20th century, preserve a story, almost certainly more folklore than sober fact, but genuinely revealing all the same that mothers in the coastal towns Richard's own army had marched through would invoke his name, rendered in Arabic as Malik Rik, King Richard, to frighten disobedient children into behaving, warning them that Malik Rik would come for them in the night, and that skittish horses in the same region were said by the same persistent tradition to shy at any sudden noise because they too remembered the sound of his approach. A folk memory that, whatever its own precise historical accuracy, testifies to the sheer, visceral terror Richard's own reputation for battlefield ferocity, and very possibly the specific memory of the massacre outside Acre this story has already described to you in unflinching detail tonight, left behind among the ordinary population of a region he spent barely 2.5 years actually campaigning across. It is worth naming plainly how differently Muslim chroniclers writing closer to the actual events themselves treated Richard's own reputation, because Beha ad-Din ibn Shaddad, the same close companion and biographer of Saladin this story has already introduced to you at length, describes Richard, even while recording the massacre at Acre with real and unambiguous horror, as an enemy of genuine and formidable military skill, a commander whose own personal courage at Jaffa, this story has already told you, Baha ad-Din himself witnessed first-hand, and recorded with a grudging admiration he does not extend to very many other Christian commanders across the whole of his own chronicle, and it is worth naming too that this same complicated two-sided memory, an enemy simultaneously respected for his battlefield genius and feared for the same brutal massacre that made Saladin's own earlier mercy at Jerusalem look, by direct comparison, all the more remarkable, mirrors precisely the same complicated two-sided memory this story has already shown you. Christian chroniclers extended to Saladin himself, two men on opposite sides of the same long war, each remembered by the other's own civilization with an uneasy mixture of genuine respect and genuine horror that neither side's own simpler wartime propaganda ever fully managed to erase. The king who spent 6 months of a 10-year reign in his own kingdom and became its most beloved monarch anyway. It is worth pausing at real length on the genuinely curious and genuinely enduring puzzle of Richard's own reputation back home in England, because it is, on the surface, one of the stranger outcomes in the whole of medieval royal history, a king who, by the most careful modern accounting, spent something in the range of 6 months of his own 10-year reign actually present in the kingdom he ruled, who treated England itself, by his own reported remark about selling London to the highest bidder, as little more than a convenient source of men and money for wars fought entirely on the European continent and in the eastern Mediterranean, and who nonetheless became, within a few generations of his own death, and has remained ever since, one of the single most celebrated and most fondly remembered monarchs in the entire history of the English crown, a reputation that has, if anything, only grown more secure with the passage of time rather than less. it is worth naming plainly exactly how this reputation was actually built, because it owes remarkably little to any of Richard's own genuine achievements as a ruler of England specifically, and remarkably much to the sheer romantic drama of the crusading career this whole story has spent the great majority of tonight's hours walking you through. A king who fought the fearsome Saladin to a standstill, who wept in the more legendary tellings, rather than look upon a Jerusalem he could not take, who exchanged fresh horses with his own enemy in the middle of a desperate battle, and who was in the end betrayed not by any Muslim adversary at all but by his own scheming brother back home. A narrative arc that later medieval and early modern English writers found considerably more useful and considerably more flattering to national pride than the somewhat less glamorous reality of a king who neglected the actual administration of his own kingdom for the better part of a decade in favour of wars that, by most sober modern accounting, achieved considerably less than their own participants had originally hoped for. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely consequential role Richard's own absence, and his own brother John's own considerably less flattering reputation, played in shaping one of the most enduring legends English folklore ever produced, because the figure of Robin Hood, a semi-legendary outlaw whose own earlier surviving ballads actually date from a period well after Richard's own death, and originally carry no specific connection to his reign at all, was gradually attached, across several centuries of retelling, to the specific historical backdrop of Richard's own crusading absence and John's own unpopular regency. A good king wrongfully kept from his own throne by a crusade fought in a distant land. A corrupt and grasping brother abusing his own temporary authority in the good king's absence, and a loyal band of outlaws in Sherwood Forest, keeping the flame of true rightful kingship alive until Richard's own eventual and triumphant return, a narrative structure several literary historians trace most directly to Sir Walter Scott's own 19th century novel Ivanhoe, which did more than any single earlier text to permanently fuse the Robin Hood legend to Richard's own specific historical reign. A genuinely striking example of how a historical figure's own popular reputation can be built, essentially from scratch, several centuries after his own death, by writers responding considerably more to the needs of their own later age than to any careful reconstruction of the actual complicated man Richard had been. It is worth pausing, honestly, on how sharply this popular romantic legend diverges from the considerably more mixed verdict modern professional historians actually render on Richard's own record as a king, because the same absenteeism that later legend transformed into a poignant tale of wrongful exile looks, to a modern historian weighing the actual administrative and financial health of the kingdom he left behind, considerably more like genuine and consequential neglect. A king who taxed his own kingdom to near exhaustion, first for a crusade that recovered no territory at all beyond a narrow coastal strip, and then a second time for a ransom made necessary by his own reckless decision to travel home through hostile territory in a flimsy disguise, and who left England, upon his own death, considerably poorer and considerably more administratively strained than he had found it upon his own accession a decade earlier. A genuinely uncomfortable tally. This story does not think should be allowed to simply vanish beneath the more flattering weight of Ivanhoe and 8 centuries of chivalric legend, any more than this channel, on an earlier night in this room, allowed Saladin's own genuinely extraordinary mercy at Jerusalem's gates to erase the 12 years of warfare against fellow Muslims that made that mercy politically possible in the first place. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely enduring monument to this same, considerably more flattering version of Richard's own legacy that still stands today directly outside the Houses of Parliament in London. A large bronze equestrian statue unveiled in 1851, sword raised triumphantly overhead, commissioned at a moment in British history when Victorian sensibilities found real and considerable use for a medieval king, remembered as chivalrous, martially heroic, and unambiguously English, whatever the genuinely inconvenient fact, well known even to the statue's own Victorian commissioners, that Richard himself almost certainly spoke very little English at all, conducting the whole of his own life and the whole of his own court business in French, and identifying, by every measure this story has already given you tonight, considerably more closely with his own mother's Aquitaine and his own father's Anjou than with the Northern Ireland kingdom whose own crown he happened, through the ordinary accident of primogeniture, to have inherited, whose eyes actually watched this whole war unfold, and why it matters that we have so many different pairs of them. It is worth pausing, before this story lets you go for the night, on exactly whose surviving words this whole account has actually been built from, because the specific texture of any story told this many centuries after the fact depends enormously on which witnesses happen to write things down, and which of those writings happen to survive the intervening 800 years at all. On the English and French side of this story, the single most valuable surviving source is almost certainly Roger of Howden, a well-travelled and unusually well-informed clergyman who served for a time in Henry II's own royal administration, and who appears, by several modern historians' careful reading of his own text, to have had direct access to genuine official correspondence and eyewitness testimony from men who had actually accompanied Richard on crusade, giving his own chronicle a level of documentary precision considerably rarer in this period than the more purely literary and more overtly celebratory accounts that survive alongside it. It is worth naming, too, the anonymous Itinerarium Peregrinorum et Gesta Regis Ricardi, a Latin narrative of the Crusade that modern scholarship generally believes was based on, and in its later sections directly incorporates, an earlier verse chronicle in Old French composed by a poet named Ambrose, who very likely accompanied Richard's own army in person, and who wrote with a kind of vivid, ground-level eyewitness detail the specific look of Richard wading ashore at Jaffa still in his own armour, the specific despair of soldiers weeping within sight of Jerusalem's own walls, that this whole story has drawn on repeatedly across tonight's telling, though it is worth naming, honestly, that both Ambrose and the itinerarium that drew on his own work were writing, in the most literal sense, propaganda for Richard's own cause, composed by men whose own livelihood and whose own loyalty depended on presenting their king in the most flattering possible light, a bias modern historians weigh carefully against the considerably more critical account left by William of Newburgh, an English chronicler writing from a Yorkshire monastery with no direct personal stake in Richard's own crusading glory, and whose own chronicle offers, by contrast, a somewhat cooler and more critical assessment of the financial and administrative costs Richard's own wars actually imposed on the ordinary kingdom he ruled so rarely and so distantly. It is worth naming, too, exactly the same Muslim sources this whole channel has already introduced to you at length on another night in this room, because Baha ad-Din ibn Shaddad's own eyewitness account, written from deep inside Saladin's own court and Saladin's own personal circle of advisors, remains the single most valuable Arabic language window we have onto Richard's own conduct as it actually appeared to the army he was fighting, a source whose own author, this story has already told you, personally witnessed Richard's own conduct at Jaffa, and recorded it with a grudging respect. His own deep loyalty to Saladin makes all the more credible rather than less, and it is worth naming alongside him the considerably more distant and considerably more critical perspective of later Muslim chroniclers writing after both men were long dead, working from a tradition, this story has already told you tonight, that would eventually harden Richard's own reputation into something closer to the frightening folk legend of Malik Rik than to any carefully preserved eyewitness memory of the actual complicated man. It is worth pausing, honestly, on how genuinely difficult it remains even now, to reconcile these different traditions into any single, uncontested account of Richard's own life, because the same massacre outside Acre that the Itinerarium's own author frames as regrettable but strategically necessary, Baha ad-Din frames as an act of calculated and unforgivable cruelty, and the same battle at Jaffa that Christian sources frame as a moment of pure heroic triumph. The same Baha ad-Din, writing from the opposing camp, frames as a genuinely frightening display of an enemy commander's own reckless personal ferocity, and it is worth remembering as this whole long story finally draws toward its own close tonight, that the version of Richard who survives most vividly in the popular imagination today, chivalrous, tragic, betrayed by his own family, is disproportionately the version his own crusading propagandist chose to preserve, a fact that does not make the courage at Jaffa or the horses exchange mid-battle any less genuinely remarkable. But that should make us all a little more careful, exactly as this channel asked you to be more careful once, before regarding Saladin's own most devoted admirers, about how completely we let any single admiring witness write the whole of a complicated man's story for us. Two commanders who never once stood in the same room, and who somehow ended up defining each other's legend anyway. It is worth pausing before this story lets Richard's own life settle into its own final resting place in our memory tonight, on the single strangest fact binding the whole of tonight's telling to the earlier night in this room this channel spent with the man on the opposite side of this entire war. Because Richard and Saladin, for all the correspondence carried between their two camps by intermediaries like Al-Adil, for all the physicians and the fresh fruit and the two horses exchanged in the middle of a desperate battle, never once by any surviving account from either side actually met each other face to face across the whole of this 2.5-year campaign, and it is worth naming plainly that this simple fact has done remarkably little across the 8 centuries since to prevent later writers, painters, and eventually filmmakers from inventing entire scenes of personal encounter between the two men that never actually took place at all. Imagined meetings, imagined single combats, imagined moments of mutual chivalric recognition that later audiences, on both sides of the old religious divide this whole war was fought across, apparently found considerably more satisfying than the plain, unglamorous truth that two of the most famous rivals in the whole of medieval history spent 2.5 years fighting an intensely personal war entirely by proxy, through letters, through gifts, and through the accounts of intermediaries each man had every reason to trust only partially. It is worth naming, too, exactly how differently history actually treated each man in the years immediately following this war's own end, because Saladin, this story has already told you at length on another night in this room, died in Damascus in 1193 with a single coin left to his own name, having spent the whole of an empire's wealth on the colleges, the hospitals, and the pious endowments of a religious and political project he had spent his entire adult life patiently building, while Richard, dying 6 years later outside a minor castle in the Limousin over a dispute involving buried Roman coins, left behind an empire that would, within 5 years of his own death, begin the long process of losing very nearly everything his own father and his own grandfather had spent 2 full generations assembling, a genuinely striking asymmetry in how each man's own life's work actually held together once its own architect was no longer there to hold it up personally, and it is worth naming plainly that neither man, in the end, achieved the specific outcome his own entire career had been organised around. Saladin recovered Jerusalem but could not hold the whole of the Crusader presence in the Holy Land back permanently, and Richard fought his way to within a single day's march of that same city, twice, and turned back both times, a war that ended for both sides, not in the clean, decisive victory either commander's own later legend would prefer to remember, but in a hard-won 3-year truce that satisfied neither side's own original ambitions, and that left the whole underlying conflict over the Holy Land's own final ownership entirely unresolved for the century of grinding intermittent warfare that followed, a reputation that took the better part of 800 years to get properly argued over. It is worth pausing before this story finally lets Richard go for the night on how genuinely recent the more critical, more carefully balanced modern picture of his own reign actually is, because for the great majority of the 8th century separating his own death from our own, Richard's own reputation in the English-speaking world rested almost entirely on the uncomplicated, chivalric legend this story has already traced for you tonight. A legend that reached something close to its own high watermark in the Victorian era, when historians and popular writers alike, working in a period genuinely enthusiastic about medieval chivalry as a model of national character, treated Richard's own crusading exploits with an admiration that left remarkably little room for the more uncomfortable questions modern historians have since learned to ask. Questions about the massacre outside Acre, about the actual measurable financial cost his wars impose on ordinary English subjects, and about the specific and genuinely difficult question of his own sexuality. A subject Victorian biographers, for their own part, either avoided discussing altogether or actively suppressed in the surviving translations and summaries of the original chronicle sources they themselves were working from. It is worth naming plainly the specific and genuinely significant shift 20th century scholarship brought to this whole picture, because a generation of historians working from the middle of the 20th century onward, most notably the British medievalist John Gillingham, whose own extensive body of work on Richard remains, to this day, the single most influential modern reassessment of his reign, began systematically testing the more romantic elements of the traditional legend against the actual surviving documentary record, and produced, across several decades of careful archival work, a considerably more measured portrait, a genuinely gifted and genuinely innovative military commander. This story has already shown you tonight in the careful discipline of the march to Arsuf and the sophisticated engineering of Chateau Gaillard, but also a king whose own priorities, whatever his own personal magnetism, left the actual kingdom of England considerably poorer, considerably more heavily taxed, and considerably less carefully governed than either his own father's reign before him or his own son's reign, had he ever had a son, might plausibly have produced instead. It is worth naming, too, that this same modern reassessment extended to the specific question of Richard's own sexuality. This story has already raised twice tonight, once regarding his own reported closeness to Philip Augustus, and once regarding the more conventional but still notably childless marriage to Berengaria, because a body of modern historians drawing on the same chronicle passages this story has already quoted to you, Roger of Howden's own description of the two young kings sharing a single dish, and on occasion a single bed, alongside a separate and considerably more explicit account of Richard undergoing a public act of penance and confession partway through his own reign for unspecified sins, several later readers have interpreted as a reference to homosexual conduct, have argued that Richard was very likely at least bisexual by modern categories, a reading other historians dispute just as vigorously, arguing that 12th century conventions of male political alliance and 12th century conventions of religious penance both looked sufficiently different from their modern equivalents that reading either piece of evidence as decisive proof of anything requires more certainty than the surviving sources actually support, and it is worth naming honestly exactly as this story named for you earlier tonight, that the debate remains genuinely unresolved among serious historians, a question this account is not going to pretend to settle any more definitively than the specialists who have spent entire careers on it have managed to do. It is worth pausing too on how thoroughly this same modern reassessment has reshaped popular culture's own version of Richard across the past century, because where Victorian and early 20th century depictions, in painting, in popular history and eventually in early cinema, tended to present an uncomplicated warrior hero. Later 20th century and 21st century treatments have grown considerably more willing to sit with the same contradictions this whole story has asked you to hold on to tonight. A 1968 film called The Lion in Winter, built not around any crusading glory at all, but around the brutal, almost gladiatorial family politics of Richard's own dysfunctional household in the years before Henry II's death, presents a Richard whose own ambition and whose own complicated relationship with both his parents and his own brothers looks considerably closer to the genuinely fractured family this story has spent its own opening hour walking you through than to any simple shining hero, and it is worth naming too that Richard's own appearance as a supporting character in later crusading films, most notably a brief and largely symbolic cameo at the very close of the 2005 film Kingdom of Heaven, tends now to function less as the film's own central hero than as a kind of narrative punctuation mark, arriving at the very end of the story to signal that the specific chapter of history the film has just depicted, the loss of Jerusalem and Balian of Ibelin's own desperate defence of it, is about to give way to the next great and equally bloody round of exactly the same unresolved war. It is worth naming finally the specific way Richard's own reputation continues to be actively renegotiated even now in the 21st century, because recent historical writing has grown increasingly attentive to exactly the kind of darker material this story has refused to soften for you tonight. The massacre outside Acre, the pogrom that broke out at his own coronation, and the far worse one that followed it at York, the sheer extractive weight of his own taxation on a kingdom he rarely visited. A body of scholarship that has not so much torn down the older chivalric Richard has sat him down beside a considerably more complicated and considerably more historically honest companion, in exactly the same way this channel's own earlier telling of Saladin's life worked to sit the merciful conqueror of Jerusalem down beside the man who spent 12 patient years making war on his own co-religionists, two legendary rivals whose own modern historical reputations have, across the very same recent decades and by very much the same scholarly methods, been carefully and deliberately complicated in parallel. That brings us to the end of our story, or as close to an end as any story built this heavily on legend can honestly claim to reach. We have followed a third son born into a family already crowded with older brothers, a boy handed an entire restless duchy to govern and pacify before he had even finished growing into his own adult body, a young man who allied himself with his own father's greatest rival, rather than wait any longer for an inheritance that kept slipping further from his grasp, a Crusader king who conquered an island kingdom by accident, on his way to a war he would spend 2.5 years fighting, and never once see the city that war was actually fought for, a commander capable of wading ashore in full armour to save a single besieged town and, in the very same campaign, of ordering the execution of nearly 3,000 bound and helpless men in a single afternoon, a captive who composed a lonely, unguarded song of abandonment in a German prison cell, and finally, a king who died over a dispute involving a handful of ancient coins, forgiving, with his own last conscious breath, the boy who had killed him, only to watch that same mercy undone within days by the very soldiers who had once followed him to the walls of Jerusalem and back. We have tried tonight to give you both hands of this story at once, the hand that ordered a massacre on a plain within sight of Saladin's own camp, and the hand that pardoned his own killer with his very last words, because the whole and honest truth of a life this dramatic and this thoroughly mythologized was never going to fit neatly into either the flawless chivalric legend Victorian England needed him to be, or the simple, reckless absentee king some of his own harsher modern critics occasionally need him to be instead. He was, in the end, simply a man, extraordinarily brave in ways his own soldiers watched with their own eyes at Jaffa, extraordinarily gifted in the specific hard-won craft of medieval warfare, in ways this whole story has traced from the sieges of his own Aquitanian youth all the way to the concentric walls of Chateau Gaillard, and genuinely careless in ways his own kingdom paid for across an entire decade of heavy taxation, with nearly everything that was not a war, and it is that whole, complicated, unresolved portrait we think, rather than either of the simpler legends built on top of it, that actually deserves to survive him, a fortress that could not be held with butter after all, and fell in barely a week. It is worth naming one last time what actually happened to the single most expensive and most personally cherished piece of Richard's own military legacy, because the irony of it is almost too neat for any responsible storyteller to have invented, and this whole channel prefers, wherever it honestly can, to let the real historical record supply its own endings rather than reach for a tidier one. Chateau Gaillard, the great concentric fortress this story has already told you, Richard boasted he could hold, even if its own walls were made of butter, fell to Philip Augustus in March of 1204, barely 5 years after Richard's own death and barely 6 years after the castle's own completion, taken not through any failure of its own genuinely innovative design, but through the same hard, grinding siege warfare this whole story has shown you defined nearly every major engagement of this entire era. Philip's own forces eventually forcing entry through a latrine shaft, several contemporary accounts describe as inadequately defended, a detailed medieval chroniclers on the French side of the conflict clearly relished recording about the fortress an English king had once so confidently boasted about, and the fall of Chateau Gaillard opened the road directly to Rouen, the Norman capital where Richard's own heart still lay buried, and within months the whole of Normandy itself, the ancestral heartland of the entire Angevin dynasty, passed permanently into French royal hands. A lost John's own reign, this story has already told you, never managed to reverse, and one that effectively ended less than a decade after Richard's own final campaign against Philip, the very continental empire that both men had spent the whole of their own adult lives fighting over. It is worth pausing for a moment on what this loss actually meant for the broad shape of English and French history across the centuries that followed, because the England that emerged from the wreckage of the Angevin Empire, stripped of Normandy and, within another 2 generations, of most of its remaining continental territory beyond a shrinking portion of Aquitaine itself, was forced, in a way it had never quite been under Henry II or Richard, to define itself as a genuinely island kingdom rather than as the northern anchor of a sprawling cross-channel domain, a reorientation several historians regard as one of the quietly foundational developments behind the emergence, over the following centuries, of a distinct English national identity considerably less entangled with the aristocratic, French-speaking continental culture that had defined Richard's own court so completely, and it is worth naming too the long, bitter afterlife this same lost inheritance would go on to produce, because English kings continued to press their own dynastic claims to Aquitaine and to the wider French crown for well over a century afterward, a persistent grievance that would eventually help ignite the 100 Years' War in the 1330s, a conflict whose own distant origins trace back, in no small part, to exactly the tangled cross-channel inheritance Eleanor of Aquitaine's own marriage to Henry II had first assembled, and that Richard's own decade of continental warfare had fought so hard and ultimately so unsuccessfully to hold together. It is worth naming too what became of the effigy that still lies today over Richard's own tomb at the Abbey of Fontevraud, carved not long after his own death, and depicting the king in full royal regalia, crown and sceptre in hand, lying in a serene and dignified repose that gives no hint whatsoever of the gangrenous shoulder wound that actually killed him, positioned, to this day, close enough to his own father's effigy that visitors to the abbey can view both monuments in a single glance. Two kings who spent the whole of their own shared lifetime locked in exactly the kind of bitter, generational struggle this story has walked you through at length tonight, now lying in carved stone, in a posture of permanent and entirely fictional peace. And it is worth naming too that Eleanor of Aquitaine's own effigy was added to the same abbey some years later, depicted in a detail several art historians have noted with real appreciation, not lying flat in the conventional pose of the dead, but propped upright, a small book open in her own hands, as though the extraordinary woman who had outlived nearly everyone she ever loved and who had held an entire fracturing empire together through sheer force of political will, simply could not, even in the specific stillness medieval funerary sculpture otherwise demanded of its subjects, be persuaded to lie all the way down. It is worth pausing one final time on the Abbey of Fontevraud itself, because it survives today as a genuinely popular destination for visitors from across the world, its own combination of the resting place of an English king and an English queen inside French soil, a small, quiet monument to exactly the tangled cross-channel history this whole story has spent tonight walking you through, and it is worth naming too that the more famous bronze statue of Richard outside the Houses of Parliament in London survived a genuinely dramatic test of its own during the Second World War, struck by a bomb during the Blitz that damaged the surrounding building considerably, while leaving the statue itself and Richard's own upraised sword largely intact, an accident of wartime destruction later commentators have occasionally been unable to resist reading as one more small symbolic footnote in the very long afterlife of a king whose own actual historical record this story has tried, across the whole of tonight, to hold up honestly against the considerably more indestructible legend built on top of it. A murder in a cathedral that taught an entire family exactly how far a king's own temper could actually reach. It's worth pausing, before we leave this whole story's own earliest chapters for good tonight, on a single episode from Richard's own boyhood that this account has not yet named directly, because it's shaped, in ways several modern historians take genuinely seriously, the whole climate of guilt, penance, and uneasy royal authority that Richard himself grew up inside, and it concerns a man Richard, at only 13 years old at the time, would have heard discussed in hushed and frightened tones across the whole of his own father's court. Henry II had, in the 1160s, appointed his own close friend and Chancellor Thomas Becket to the Archbishopric of Canterbury, expecting, not unreasonably, that a man he had personally elevated and personally trusted would help him bring the English Church more firmly under royal control, and Becket, to Henry's own genuine and lasting fury, did nearly the opposite the moment he took holy orders, defending the Church's own independent legal privileges against royal encroachment with a stubbornness that escalated across the following 6 years into one of the single most bitter and most consequential political feuds of the entire 12th century. It is worth naming plainly the specific words several chroniclers attribute to Henry II in a fit of frustrated rage in December of 1170, some version of a demand that someone rid him of this turbulent priest, words that 4 of Henry's own knights, whether acting on direct royal order or simply on their own overzealous reading of the king's own temper, took as license to travel to Canterbury Cathedral itself and murder Becket at the altar, cutting him down inside his own church in a killing so shocking to the whole of Christian Europe that it produced an immediate and genuinely severe wave of religious outrage. Becket canonized as a martyred saint within a mere 3 years of his own death, and Henry II himself forced in July of 1174, the very same summer this story has already told you he was fighting off the great revolt led by his own wife and sons, to walk barefoot through the streets of Canterbury and submit to a ritual public flogging at the hands of the cathedral's own monks, a spectacle of royal humiliation almost without precedent in English history, undertaken specifically to atone for a murder Henry himself always denied ordering outright. It is worth pausing for a moment on how directly this single searing episode of royal guilt and royal penance sat in the background of the family drama this whole story has already walked you through at length tonight, because Henry II's own subsequent reign was conducted for the remaining 15 years of his life under the permanent shadow of a murdered archbishop's own sainthood, a shadow several contemporary chroniclers explicitly connected to the family catastrophes that followed, reading the Great Revolt of 1173, and even the eventual bitter estrangement between Henry and Richard himself as a kind of divine punishment visited on a king who had, whatever his own precise degree of guilt, been unable to control the violent consequences of his own famous temper. And it is worth naming plainly that Richard himself inherited more from his own father than a crown and a duchy. He inherited too this whole family's own long, uneasy relationship with the specific and very public expectation, weighing on every medieval king, that violence committed in a moment of anger required sooner or later some equally public act of atonement to balance it, an expectation this story has already shown you Richard himself apparently internalized in his own quieter and more private way through the specific act of penance and confession this account has already told you he performed partway through his own reign and won his own final, dying act of mercy toward the boy who killed him at Chalus may, in its own way, have been an echo of as well. A duchy where love itself had already become a subject serious enough to argue about in verse. It is worth pausing too, before this story lets you go, on the specific cultural world Richard actually grew up inside as Duke of Aquitaine, because this account has already told you that his own great-grandfather, Duke William IX, stands among the very first troubadour poets whose work survives to us at all, and it is worth naming plainly exactly what kind of literary and social tradition that made Richard's own childhood court considerably more sophisticated in certain very specific ways than the courts of nearly every other ruling family in Western Europe at the time. The troubadours of Aquitaine and the wider Oxton-speaking South wrote, overwhelmingly in their own vernacular language rather than in the Latin that dominated nearly all serious written culture elsewhere in Christian Europe, composing elaborate, formally intricate lyric poetry organised around the specific literary convention modern scholars call finamore, courtly love, an idealised and often explicitly extramarital devotion between a poet and a noblewoman, frequently of higher rank than himself, a literary game of yearning, service, and often quite frank sensual desire that treated romantic love itself as a subject worthy of the same serious formal artistry medieval clerics elsewhere reserved almost exclusively for scripture and theology. It is worth naming plainly that Eleanor of Aquitaine herself, and her own daughter from her first marriage, Marie of Champagne, became, across the second half of the 12th century, two of the single most important patrons this entire literary tradition ever had. Marie's own court at Champagne, credited with commissioning some of the most influential courtly romances of the whole medieval period, including works that helped popularise the Arthurian legend this story has already told you, on another night in this room, produced the sword Tancred once gifted Richard in Sicily. And it is worth naming too that this whole cultural inheritance helps explain something this account has already shown you rather than simply asserted, that Richard himself, a king this whole story has spent tonight documenting almost entirely through sieges, massacres and continental wars, was also a capable and reasonably accomplished composer in his own right, a skill that would have struck almost none of his own contemporaries as remotely unusual for a son of this particular mother, raised inside a court culture that had, for 2 full generations before his own birth, treated poetry and warfare as two entirely compatible and entirely expected pursuits for a nobleman of his own rank. And it is worth remembering, as this whole story now finally lets you go for the night, that the same hands capable of ordering the massacre outside Acre had also, quite plausibly, been trained from early childhood to compose a verse of genuine tenderness, two entirely different registers of the same restless, contradictory inheritance, both of them equally and inseparably a part of who Richard actually was. Twice taxed for the very same distant war, and never once given a vote on either bill. It is worth pausing one final time before this story lets Richard's own reign go for the night, on the specific and genuinely striking pattern of financial extraction that ran underneath the whole of tonight's telling, because it is easy, following a story this heavy with sieges and battles and kings, to lose track of the plain, unglamorous fact that every single one of those campaigns was paid for, twice over across the span of Richard's own reign, by ordinary English subjects who never once had any say in whether the money should be spent at all. This story has already told you that Henry II's own government, in 1188, the year after Jerusalem's own fall reached Western Europe, had imposed the so-called Saladin tithe, a tenth part of the value of every subject's own movable goods and revenues, specifically to fund the crusade that would eventually carry Richard east. A levy several contemporary English chroniclers describe provoking real and widespread resentment even before Richard himself had inherited the throne it was meant to help him fill, and it is worth naming plainly that this same population, having already surrendered a tenth of its own wealth once for a war it would have almost no direct stake in the outcome of, was asked, only 5 years later, to surrender a full quarter of its own movable property a second time. This story has already told you, to ransom the very king that first tax had helped send abroad in the first place. An almost unbelievable compounding of financial burden that fell, in both cases, on the same merchants, the same monasteries, the same ordinary tenant farmers, twice taxed at rates, a modern reader would find genuinely startling, for two different chapters of essentially the very same distant royal adventure. It is worth naming too that this same population received, in exchange for both of these extraordinary levies, remarkably little in the way of direct return, no new territory annexed to the English crown itself, no meaningful expansion of trade or influence that most ordinary English subjects would ever have personally felt the benefit of. Only the considerably more abstract satisfaction, real as it may genuinely have been to a deeply religious medieval population, of having helped fund first a holy war and then a king's own liberation from an unjust foreign captivity. And it is worth pausing honestly on how this pattern compares to the very different system of revenue this channel has already described on Another Night in This Room, funding Saladin's own 12 years of unification warfare and his own eventual campaign against the Kingdom of Jerusalem, a system built on land grants, religious endowments, and centuries of already normalized fiscal practice, woven into the ordinary function of an agricultural economy, rather than on sudden, extraordinary and deeply resented one-time impositions on a population that had, until the tax collector actually arrived at the door, experienced this entire distant war as something happening to other people in a much warmer part of the world entirely, a genuinely telling asymmetry in how each side's own society actually absorbed the true cost of the war that has occupied the whole of this channel's attention across 2 long nights now. The captive emperor who never got to go home, and the dynasty built from a conquest that began as an accident. It is worth naming finally one last loose thread this story owes you a proper accounting of before it lets you go, because this account has already told you that Isaac Komnenos, the self-declared Emperor of Cyprus, whose own refusal to grant Richard's stranded fleet safe harbour, triggered an entire unplanned conquest, surrendered on the specific condition that he not be bound in irons of iron, a condition Richard honoured only by the letter, replacing iron chains with silver ones, and it is worth naming plainly what actually became of Isaac afterward, because he was transported off his own former island in genuine captivity, held for a time in the custody of the Knights Hospitaller at a fortress in Syria, and appears, by the thin and scattered evidence that survives, to have died in captivity sometime around 1195, having never regained so much as a fraction of the small island empire he had once, however tyrannically, ruled in his own name, a considerably quieter and considerably more anonymous ending than the dramatic, storm-tossed beginning of his own downfall might have suggested was coming for him. It is worth pausing, too, on the considerably longer and considerably more consequential afterlife of the kingdom Richard's own accidental conquest actually produced, because the Lusinian dynasty this story has already told you Richard installed on Cyprus, once the Knights Templar's own brief and deeply unpopular ownership of the island collapsed under open revolt, would go on to rule Cyprus for 287 years, considerably longer than the Crusader kingdom of Jerusalem itself ever managed to survive on the mainland, and considerably longer, for that matter, than the Angevin Empire. Richard himself spent his entire adult life fighting to hold together a kingdom that developed, across those 3 centuries, into a genuinely distinctive and genuinely prosperous Mediterranean trading power in its own right, blending Latin Catholic, Greek Orthodox, and, in its own final centuries, an increasingly cosmopolitan mercantile culture drawn from across the whole of the Eastern Mediterranean world, before finally passing to Venetian control in 1489 and eventually falling to Ottoman conquest in 1571, a genuinely long and genuinely rich afterlife for a kingdom whose own founding this story has shown you tonight traces back to nothing grander or more deliberate than a single violent storm blowing an already irritated king's own scattered fleet onto an unfriendly shore, an army that looked considerably less uniform on both sides of the line than the word Crusader or the word Saracen ever really allowed for. It is worth pausing one final time on exactly who actually made up the 2 armies that spent 2.5 years fighting each other across this whole campaign, because the single, unified words this story has necessarily used all night, Crusader and Muslim, flatten a considerably more layered reality on both sides of the field, in exactly the same way this channel's own earlier telling of Saladin's own life, on another night in this room, already asked you to hold in mind regarding the army that fought at Hattin. Richard's own crusading force at Acre and Arsuf was never a single, coherent English army at all, but a genuinely international coalition, English and Norman knights fighting alongside Poitevin and Gascon soldiers drawn from Richard's own Aquitaine, alongside the considerable remaining French contingent Philip Augustus had left behind under his own commanders after his own departure, alongside Italian sailors from the maritime republics of Genoa and Pisa, whose own fleets did much of the actual work of keeping the whole army supplied and reinforced along its march down the coast, alongside the local, Levant-born Frankish nobility and their own retainers, men like the very Poulain this story has already told you, on another night in this room, understood the terrain, the climate and the customs of this land in a way no newly arrived crusader from Western Europe ever quite managed to, and alongside the 2 great military orders, the Templars and the Hospitallers, whose own independent command structures and whose own considerable local expertise Richard leaned on throughout the campaign, even as he retained, always, final strategic authority for himself. It is worth naming too that Saladin's own opposing force at Arsuf, and throughout this second great phase of the war, was, exactly as this story has already told you regarding the army that won at Hattin 5 years earlier, itself a genuinely diverse coalition, Kurdish cavalry from Saladin's own home region riding alongside Turkish Mamluks, trained from childhood in precisely the mobile horse archery tactics that had harassed Richard's own marching column for the length of the coast road, alongside Arab Bedouin auxiliaries whose own intimate knowledge of the region's water sources shaped nearly every decision either side made about where and when to actually risk open battle, alongside Egyptian troops and a considerable Syrian contingent drawn from across the whole of the now unified territory. This channel's own earlier telling walked you through in such patient detail, and it is worth remembering as this whole two-night story now finally reaches its own close, that the tidy binary of a single Crusader army against a single Muslim army, the frame this whole two-century war has so often been remembered through on both sides ever since, obscures a considerably more layered and considerably more genuinely interesting reality. Two sprawling, multi-ethnic coalitions, each held together by a shared religious cause, its own soldiers frequently understood and prioritised in very different ways depending on where exactly they themselves had actually come from, colliding again and again along a single narrow strip of Mediterranean coastline that neither side in the end ever fully or permanently controlled. It is worth naming too one final specific and genuinely telling detail about how differently the two commanders themselves approached the basic, practical business of command, because Richard, this story has shown you across the whole of tonight's telling, led overwhelmingly from the front, personally wading ashore at Jaffa, personally leading the decisive charge at Arsuf, personally exposed enough in the fighting outside Jaffa's own walls that his own horse was killed beneath him, a style of command that won him the specific, visceral loyalty and the specific, visceral fear this story has already described among both his own soldiers and Saladin's, but that also, several military historians have noted, occasionally left the broader strategic direction of his own campaign somewhat exposed to exactly the kind of single catastrophic stroke of bad luck that so nearly killed him more than once across this same war, while Saladin, whatever the personal courage this channel's own earlier telling of his life showed him displaying at Montjazard and other moments of real crisis across his own long career, generally directed his own much larger and much more sprawling coalition from a greater remove, delegating tactical execution to trusted subordinates like his own brother Al-Adil, while reserving his own personal attention for the patient, larger-scale work of diplomacy, logistics, and coalition management that had, after all, taken him 12 full years to build in the first place, two fundamentally different styles of medieval generalship, each one suited to the fundamentally different kind of army and the fundamentally different kind of political position each man actually commanded. The quiet administrative machine that made all of this extraction actually possible in the first place. It is worth pausing one last time on a genuinely unglamorous but genuinely essential piece of inheritance this story has not yet properly credited, because none of the financial mobilization this whole night has described, not the Saladin tithe, not the sale of castles and earldoms, not the staggering 150,000 marks that finally bought Richard's own freedom from a German prison, would actually have been possible without the considerably less romantic administrative machinery Henry II had spent his own long reign patiently constructing, and it is worth naming plainly exactly what that machinery actually consisted of. Henry II's own government had, across the decades before Richard ever inherited the throne, developed and refined a genuinely sophisticated system of royal finance centred on the exchequer, a specialised department of the royal household that used a checkered cloth, not unlike an abacus, to calculate and audit the revenues owed to the crown from every sheriff and every royal official across the whole of the kingdom, alongside a growing body of professional university-trained clerks and itinerant royal justices who carried the crown's own law and the crown's own tax assessments into every corner of England with a consistency that had no real equivalent anywhere else in contemporary Western Europe, an apparatus historians generally credit as one of the genuine foundations of the English common law tradition that would go on to shape the whole of the English-speaking legal world for the following 8 centuries. It is worth naming too the specific and genuinely clever fiscal innovation this same administration had already pioneered before Richard's own reign began, a system called scutage, literally shield money, that allowed a feudal tenant who owed the crown military service to pay a cash sum instead of actually showing up personally to fight, an innovation that transformed the crown's own military obligations from an unpredictable and often unreliable levy of feudal knights into a considerably more flexible and considerably more liquid source of ready cash that could, in turn, be used to hire exactly the kind of professional, permanently retained mercenary soldiers the Brabançon companies this story has already told you Henry II relied on to crush the Great Revolt, and the same Mercader who commanded Richard's own forces outside Charles-Chabrol at the very end of his life, a shift from feudal obligation to cash-based professional warfare that both Henry and Richard exploited with real and consistent skill across the whole of this story's own telling tonight. It is worth pausing, honestly, on the plain, unglamorous truth this quiet administrative inheritance actually points to, because it would be a mistake, after an entire night spent following swords and sieges and burning cathedrals, to let this story leave you with the impression that Richard's own considerable wars were funded by nothing more than raw royal charisma and the occasional sale of a castle. They were funded, in the overwhelming majority, by a genuinely sophisticated bureaucratic state apparatus that Richard himself had almost no direct hand in building, and showed, across the whole of his own reign, remarkably little personal interest in improving further, content instead to let Hubert Walter and the other capable administrators this story has already named for you tonight simply keep the machine running efficiently in his own prolonged absence, extracting year after year exactly the kind of steady, reliable revenue a king fighting wars on 2 entirely different fronts of a shrinking continental empire actually needed to keep functioning at all. And it is worth naming plainly one final time that this same quiet, unglamorous machinery, considerably more than any single battle this story has walked you through tonight, is very possibly the single most consequential thing Henry II's own reign actually bequeathed to the son who spent so little of his own life bothering to use it for anything beyond war, a single acknowledged son who never had the faintest claim on any throne at all. It is worth naming, before this story finally lets you go for the night, one last small and genuinely human detail about Richard's own personal life, that the grand sweep of sieges and treaties this account has spent tonight tracing tends to crowd out entirely, because Richard, despite the 8 years of marriage to Berengaria that produced no children at all, did father one illegitimate son, a boy named Philip, later known to history as Philip of Cognac. Born to a mother whose own identity the surviving sources never actually record, a genuinely striking silence in itself, and it is worth naming plainly that Richard acknowledged this son openly, granted him the lordship of Cognac in Aquitaine, and kept him near enough to his own court that Philip of Cognac appears in occasional glimpses across the surviving record, accompanying his own father on at least part of his continental campaigning, a quiet, mostly undocumented relationship that stands as one of the only pieces of evidence we have at all for Richard's own life as anything other than a king, a duke, or a crusader, a father, however briefly and however incompletely recorded, to a boy who would grow up with no throne of his own to inherit, and no chronicler particularly interested in following his own life much further, once his famous father's own story had ended. It is worth naming, too, one final and genuinely fitting piece of closure for a man whose own story this account has already followed at real length tonight, the eventual fate of Guy of Lusignan, the deposed king. This whole story is traced from the catastrophe at Hattin, through Richard's own stubborn support for his restoration, to the consolation kingdom Richard eventually granted him on Cyprus, because Guy, whatever the catastrophic judgment several contemporary chroniclers hold him responsible for at Hattin, spent his own final years ruling that island with a competence several modern historians find genuinely surprising given his own earlier record, founding, in the process, the very Lusignan dynasty this story has already told you would go on to govern Cyprus for nearly 3 full centuries, before dying peacefully in his own bed in the spring of 1194, only weeks, as it happened, after Richard's own release from German captivity, a quiet and comparatively fortunate ending for a man whose own name had once been synonymous, across the whole of the Christian and Muslim worlds alike, with the single worst military catastrophe the Crusader states of the Holy Land ever suffered. It is worth sitting, for a moment, with the whole of this final small constellation of endings, a forgotten illegitimate son granted a minor lordship and no throne, a disgraced king finding an unlikely and genuinely peaceful retirement on an island his own former rival had conquered essentially by accident, an emperor of that same island dying forgotten in a foreign captivity, and a dynasty descended from all of it lasting nearly 300 years, because it is a useful reminder, as this whole 2-night story finally comes to its own close, that the great thundering events history remembers best, a coronation, a massacre, a battle fought within sight of Jerusalem's own walls, are always, underneath themselves, made up of exactly this kind of smaller, quieter, more human accounting, ordinary lives that went on, in one direction or another, long after the chroniclers had already turned their own attention to whichever king's story seemed grand enough to keep on telling. It is worth naming one very last time what actually happened to the narrow coastal remnant of the Kingdom of Jerusalem that the Treaty of Jaffa had left standing behind Richard when he finally sailed for home, because this channel has already told you, on another night in this room, that this same rump kingdom, its own capital moved permanently to Acre, and its own territory, never again extending much beyond a scattering of fortified coastal towns, survived in increasingly reduced and increasingly dependent form for another full century, propped up by intermittent waves of fresh crusading reinforcement from Europe, before the Mamluk Sultanate that eventually succeeded Saladin's own Ayyubid dynasty finally stormed Acre itself in 1291, closing out, at last, the entire 2-century European presence in the Holy Land, and it is worth sitting, for a moment, with the plain fact that Richard's own hard-won 3-year truce, negotiated at such enormous cost in blood and treasure and personal exhaustion on both sides, bought that fragile coastal kingdom not permanent security at all, but only another 99 years of borrowed time, a genuinely sobering coda to set beside every triumphant charge and every act of chivalrous mercy. This whole story has walked you through tonight, and a reminder that even the hardest won peace this particular war ever produced was always, in the end, only ever a pause, and never quite the ending either exhausted side actually needed it to be. That brings us to the true end of our story, or as close to an end as any story this heavily built on legend and this heavily fought over across so many centuries can honestly claim to reach. What actually survives of a life like Richard's in the end is not the precise casualty count at Acre, which chroniclers on opposing sides of that same massacre never fully agreed on, nor the exact wording of a truce whose specific clauses most modern readers would find genuinely difficult to summarise from memory, but something considerably simpler and considerably more durable, the plain remembered image of a king wading ashore in full armour to save a besieged town with only a handful of men behind him, a single choice repeated and embellished and occasionally distorted across 8 centuries of retelling, in troubadour songs, in Victorian statues, in 19th century novels that invented outlaws and forests to go along with him, until the actual, complicated, absent more often than present man underneath all of it became, for a great many people across a great many centuries, something closer to a parable than a biography. A story people reach for less to learn precise history than to remind themselves that courage, even the reckless and occasionally quite brutal kind, has always carried its own strange and complicated gravity, whether or not the men who displayed it ever quite deserved the legend it eventually grew into. Before we let you go tonight, if this long story kept you company through the dark, please consider subscribing, and if you'd like to help this small channel on its way toward 1,000 subscribers, that would mean more than you probably know. Every single one of you who joins us gets us a little closer, and if you feel like it, leave your own location and your own local time down in the comments, so that somewhere, tomorrow, a stranger scrolling through this same quiet corner of the internet can see how far this story actually travelled to reach you tonight. Thank you, as always, for spending these long, unhurried hours with me, whichever corner of the world you happen to be listening from tonight, whatever it is that is keeping you from sleep. Close your eyes now. Let the story settle over you, the way a long-delayed peace once settled over the coast road outside Jaffa, quiet and salt-scented and starlit above a war too exhausted to keep fighting, and let whatever is pressing on you tonight, whatever worry followed you into bed, grow smaller and quieter and further away, the way an empire that once stretched from the Scottish border to the Pyrenees eventually shrank down to a single quiet effigy in a French abbey, lying at last beside the father he had once ridden south to defy, until it too is small enough to finally set down and let go of and rest. Good night and sweet dreams.